Challener's momentum does not bode well for his rivals. What's even more concerning for them is that the series returns to one of his strengths this evening. The European region champion is perhaps most well known for his black stripe oval license, and with today's race putting our drivers in the NASCAR Cup cars once again, will it be a rout? Perhaps the grueling race length could prevent that from being a guarantee as we get ready to watch the Majors World 600, and you'll see it all live here on the Global Sim Racing channel and the iRacing Esports Network. Hi, I'm Joe Peak, and with me in the booth tonight is Adam Lindgren and Dawson Brock. Behind the scenes is our director, Sean Crackers Ambrose, and he's using cameras provided by Dougie Beard. Charlotte Motor Speedway is essentially NASCAR's home track. Being the city that houses many of NASCAR's teams, this place has become the epicenter of American oval racing. To find out a little bit more about the Speedway in the middle of it all, let's head down to our track guide.
Welcome everybody to the Charlotte Motor Speedway. Even though it was built more than 4 decades ago, drivers still love to race at this 1.5-mile quad-shaped oval. Located just a short 13-mile drive from downtown, Charlotte also shares a similar track shape to what you would see at the Texas Motor Speedway and the Atlanta Motor Speedway as well. Despite turns 1 and 2 having the same banking as turns 3 and 4, the two ends of the speedway could not drive any different. Turn 1 and 2 are much more of a sweeping corner, really carrying the speed down into the corner and trying to get that hole shot out of turn 2 down the backstretch. Turns 3 and 4 drive much tighter than 1 and 2, really having to get the car to rotate in the middle of 3 and 4 to make your entry and your exit point. Getting a lap in around here in one piece usually requires some calm nerves and a patient foot. Charlotte was one of the first speedways to install lights around the facility, giving night racing a whole new berth. Charlotte is also known for its place in the perfect day of racing every Memorial Day, acting as the caboose after the Monaco Grand Prix and the Indianapolis 500. If Daytona is the pinnacle of NASCAR racing, then Charlotte has to be just a bumper behind. Fans flock to the largest sports facility in the Southeast and NASCAR's home track. This has been our guide to the Charlotte Motor Speedway. Sit back and enjoy the show.
There you see some of the sights around the sunnier days here at the Charlotte Motor Speedway. But Adam, it should be a sunny day anytime we get a race here.
Definitely. You know, as you said, Joe, if there was ever to be a home track for NASCAR, many fans would say Daytona, but many drivers, and especially their teams, would say this place, Charlotte Motor Speedway, and especially its quad oval. This 1.5-mile track is amazingly unique among the NASCAR schedule, with 24 degrees of banking through the turns, leveling out to only 5 degrees of banking in the straights, and that transition happens what feels like faster than any other course. If you're just half a lane out of the groove on the high side, the drop-off of the banking will throw your car towards the outside wall. And if you're on the high side entering the corner, you need to expect to be pitched up before you settle into the banking going through the corner. Add to that a grass infield for the quad oval front stretch and a very wide backstretch to race on, and you have one of the best racetracks to learn how to set up and execute a pass. but these drivers will be tackling 600 miles around this place, Joe, and there's a lot of riding. There's a lot riding on their success here tonight.
There certainly is, and they don't change the points and how they're awarded in each race. So the length here is just going to add to the difficulty in trying to get those big rewards. Let's take a look at the driver points currently and how they sit right now. Well, Christian Challoner is up at the top of those points currently, and he's got the most wins, not only the most wins this season so far, but the most wins ever now in the major series. He's taken the record away from Blake Reynolds. Travis Warling is still giving chase, and then Steve Driscoll is not very far back at all from Travis, to be honest. In fact, it's quite tight between second, third, and fourth. Wade Hayes down in the fourth place, just a couple more, 20 points or so behind. Eric Smith, a little bit of a jump back in fifth place, but still all to play for. And all five of those guys are actually pretty handy on ovals from what we've seen in the past. So could be a good day for them here. Meanwhile, we have a teams championship. Adam, why don't you walk us through that?
Definitely. This is the Elite Teams Championship consisting of mostly pro drivers. The Kinetic Americas team is currently in the lead with those 4,663 points. Unorthodox Motorsports is quite a ways back with 400 points behind in second. And Dog Bear another 441 points behind in third position. And then we have Sector 5 Racing and Dog Bear White, who are pretty much neck and neck right now for the fourth and fifth positions. But those top three, they could swap, but it's going to take a race of all of their team doing better than all of the rest of the team for those positions to swap.
That team's championship is pretty important as it's been dominated by Alliance, but now is the first chance for anybody else to get in on that. Now, Dawson, we might have viewers who aren't NASCAR fans, so they might not know about the World 600. So why don't you fill them in on what today's race details are?
Yeah, so this is round 5 of 14 here in this major series, and if you're not familiar with the major series, they run everything from dirt to road to old F1 cars all the way to cup cars like we're going to see today. And today we're going to be racing around Charlotte Motor Speedway, as you've already learned about. Now we're going to do 400 laps. That equals 600 miles, a very long race, the longest race on the calendar. So we're going to see how these drivers can endure this massive hike that they're going to have to get into today. One spare car that you're going to have for that entire. So if you do wreck your car, you need to get it all fixed. You blow up your engine or something like that. You have one chance to completely fix the car and have a brand new one set out for you today. Incidents, you're going to have 40 of them, probably not going to come into play very much. And if 400 laps is not enough to decide a winner, you do get 2 green, white checkered attempts plus on top of that 400 laps. So hopefully we don't have to see that, but you know what? Maybe a late caution can throw a wrench into things.
Absolutely. And it's certainly going to be very, very difficult to get to the end of this one, even with that spare car. But as always, they have a charity that they promote each round here in the majors. It's able to be nominated by a different driver each time. Lionel Callisto did this one. It's Homes for Our Troops. Their mission is to build and donate specially adapted custom homes nationwide for severely injured post 9/11 veterans to enable them to rebuild their lives. Find out how you can get involved at hfotusa.org. Big thanks to Lionel for nominating that for the charity this race. The way that they raise the funds, not just for encouraging you, the viewers, to go check that out here in the broadcast, which there's a link in the description below, by the way. They ask the drivers if they want to qualify a second time. If anybody says yes, they say go ahead, but you got to pay. And all of that money that goes towards that second qualifying attempt goes towards the charity of each race. So Homes for Our Troops has collected, from what I last heard, $90 for this event, this round's event, as we wait for the drivers' meeting to now finish up. This is, I believe, mileage-wise, the longest, at least on the ovals that we run here, Adam, for this season. And it's different in that sense, but is this much different from the other oval races, and especially the NASCAR races that they run this season?
Well, I mean, aside from the race distance, not really, but the race distance really is the name of the game here, and it is really a huge testament to the fortitude of these drivers. You're going to be in the chair for about for around 4 hours, maybe longer. As we said, this race is capped at 5 hours, but the race tends to run around the 4-hour mark, so these drivers are going to be in the chair for a while. And Dawson, you could talk a little bit more to how that endurance works.
Yeah, definitely. The first thing that all the guys, once we got into the cars and got gridded up, they're like, "All right, when do we get to take a bathroom break?" And well, right around the 2-hour mark, one of the guys who I guess had a weaker bladder than the rest of us, he took his break because he had to get a little bit of damage repaired. But yeah, no, it's grueling. This is a really easy track to mess up. You can run wide and hit those walls. It's a really easy to make a silly mistake like that around here, and you're gonna probably see it happen a couple times tonight. So eliminating those little mistakes and being prepared for this really long race. And on top of that, we also have the Nürburgring 24 hours, and I'm sure some of these people probably ran that over the weekend, so it could be low on sleep, something like that. And on top of that, you get a 600-mile race today. Going to be a doozy.
Absolutely. A lot of racing happening this weekend, to be honest. So hopefully everybody is fresh and ready to go at this point. Let's take a look at the weather, too, while we've got the opportunity. Despite all the clouds overhead, it's still at least decently hot on the track. Not super hot, but 90 degrees Fahrenheit. So it won't be incredibly slick, but we'll keep an eye on that as the sun goes down here for the World 600. It's currently 6:16 p.m. virtual standard time, so we will go well into the night here, and there's a little bit of wind playing a factor as well.
Yeah, Joe, that wind is actually making me a little bit concerned because of the speeds that they run through the corners and how close they are on grip coming through the corners, how just on the edge they are. I've actually seen a couple of drivers be caught off guard by their car getting blown around a little bit. And with the dynamic weather we have right now in this session, that wind direction is going to continue to change, so it's not going to be the same, lap to lap. So that's going to make things very difficult and could make the draft effect on the backstretch even stronger for a couple laps.
Yeah, and that could end up setting up passing opportunities. You're going to see this these cars with these massive spoilers on the back if you haven't already seen them. You're going to get runs just like you would at a super speedway. I mean, I was bump drafting guys every now and then. You can do that here, and the car will get a little bit hot just like as if you were on a super speedway. But you're going to see, ooh, little loose. What a slide from Michael Morley. Almost saves it. Going to pound it into the wall. Good thing get to reset that car and not going to have any effect on him during the race. But yeah, you're going to see these guys draft and move around and try and do slingshots. Everything like a super speedway with this package.
Certainly is a unique style of racing here in NASCAR with the Cup cars, especially with the package that Dawson was just talking about, the way they've changed it over the last few years. If anybody hasn't hopped in for a while, they're in a full rude awakening. But everybody here has to be of pretty decent skill to make it to the top. I mean, if it tells you anything, we're missing some big names, guys like Kevin Hill, Brian Bennett, Vincent Larrabier, Jimbo Pfeiffer. All of them did not make it into the top split, either through other obligations or just could not qualify into it. Then you look at some of the names that did make it in. There's some familiar faces. You look at guys like Matthew Thunhorst. I mentioned Challoner as well. Wayne Hutchison and Kalisto were two regulars. But we've got other names that we've seen on the channel. Rachel Hunt. Adam, you've been covering her for quite a while now over in the PRL series. And all of us kind of raised our eyebrows when we saw that she's made it into top split here.
Yeah, it's great to see Rachel running here so well in this event. She's been doing PRL racing for quite a while, and she's been very successful over there. Was actually challenging for a championship last season in the PRL Truck Series, so it's awesome to see her. She's a really strong driver, but yeah.
Yeah, that's kind of what I said when I was talking a little bit earlier. We know that she's a good racer, but to make it into the top split of the majors, it's literally the best of the best that come in race here. That takes some incredible skill and speed. Clearly, she has got it. And right now, we're just letting the warm-up finish up currently. Just about 5 minutes left in this, and then they have to race for those 400 laps around Charlotte Motor Speedway. We see the salami of the Dog Bear Racing team, Bob Beltrami, out here once again, getting ready to race.
Yeah. Joe, this is very interesting to see how everyone's taking practice a little bit differently. Some people are practicing for the long runs And some people are practicing some passing opportunities. Other people's practicing entering pit lane, and that's actually going to be a big factor tonight with the amount of racing that we have. Even if we have a bunch of cautions early, that's going to thin the field out, and we're definitely going to get to some green flag running. And well, during the green flag running, you have to do those green flag pit stops. And after you've run for 30, 40 laps on those tires, it's going to be really difficult to try and come back into the pit lane coming off of the racing surface when you're so used to going 180, 190 miles an hour.
Yeah, and another thing you wouldn't really think about on a normal race weekend, but how you exit the pits is really finicky here. The surface down on the bottom on the apron just outside of the pits is really rough, really bumpy, not smooth at all. It's really easy to put those tires on that blue line, as you can see in the rear view of the car, on that blue line down there. If you even touch it a little bit, you can end up getting a penalty for an unsafe pit exit, and you will have to come back in and serve it, which will ruin your race. You'd go down a lap, maybe even two, so drivers have to be really careful to make sure they don't hit that line, don't come anywhere near it. It's not worth the risk.
Good strategy. One of those very important things here in American oval racing that drivers have to have mastered. Of course, many of them, we talked about the team's championship earlier, are in communication with their teammates. So they at least will have other heads working on that, though some of them will be just as busy trying to race as you are. But many of them also have a crew chief trying to spot for them or whatnot and get them up to speed on what is happening around them and what would be a good call, at least in their opinion. It's always a little bit of a on-the-fly thing, especially here in oval racing where you just can't tell what is going to happen from one lap to the next.
Yeah, here we see Rachel Hunt just doing some practice working through the pack, and we're going to see quite a few of these drivers. This is great opportunity to practice what it's going to be like just ducking through the pack, different people on different tire strategies, and how are you going to manage all of that as we see her coming around.
Yeah, that's another really big point is you'll see once we get to those green flag pit stops, you're going to have cars who are on the old tires running about 31s, and then you're going to have the guys on the new tires 2 seconds quicker than them. So a huge time difference between them, and it causes a lot of chaos and a lot of checkups and a lot of stuff that you're really not expecting as a driver. So just some more of that chaos that drivers should be practicing right now.
I think that's why we see so many out there, even though they know that they're going to be worn out by the end. They need all the practice they can get to get used to one another. This actually, and that's the other thing that we haven't really pointed out, this might be the first time a lot of these have really had an extended period of getting accustomed to one another as well, Adam. So many of these teams are so secretive in the lead up with their setup and whatnot.
Yeah, so while these drivers may race with each other, most of the sessions in the majors, this is their first time, getting onto this track with these drivers. They don't have the same, the practice sessions are spread out so far across the course of the couple weeks leading up to this, and the qualifying sessions are lone qualifying. They don't really have opportunities to race with each other, so they're learning with every lap that they turn here. So that's why I kind of predict the start's going to be a little scrappy.
I tell you what, some of the best practice that I got was in that All-Star race right before the last weekend. It was a good preparation for this. You learned how the guys drove and everything. So, maybe some of the drivers who were in that might see some of that play over here. I know it was a fixed setup, but definitely plenty of things you can apply to this race.
Absolutely. The style of driving might change a little bit, but still, you won't see too much difference other than maybe in the long run, I would assume, how those setups evolve and adapt, which this track itself will also be evolving and adapting. This may be the simulation world, but one thing iRacing has introduced in the last few years is the track does change. It is a dynamic track. The rubber will be put down. We've mentioned the track's surface temperature. That will change. It'll go down as the sun goes down and cool off. So you need a setup that will be able to work well over those range of temperatures that we're expecting here today. Seconds now tick down to 0. We'll be getting our grid very soon for the World 600 Round 5 in the 2020 Majors. This is the Americas region. We've already held the Europeans, we've already held the International, and now it's time for the big finale here on Sunday evening. As the clock is down to 0, let's go to our starting grid for today. It is going to be Eric Smith who puts it on the pole with Michael Morley starting in second place. Liam Quinn, P3 for him. To the outside, it's going to be Michael Jeans in fourth. Steve Driscoll qualified fifth with Boyd Hogan in sixth place. Rob Gall starts on the inside in seventh. Then it's Dick Mueller starting P8 and Travis Warling in ninth. Justin Levine rounds out your top 10.
Christian Challoner is going to start in 11th position with Travis Manning starting in 12th. Marcus Tracy is going to start off in the 13th spot next to Matthew Thunhorst. Then we have Eddie Hawks in row 8 alongside Cody Wyman in the 16th position with Nick Kuhn starting off row 9. Wayne Hutchison alongside him. Then Jeff Schmeier and Samuel Harris will round out your top 20.
The Salami, Bob Beltrami going to start in 21st, and you have Lionel Calisto in 22nd, Ryan Steele 23rd, Brian Barnes going to start in 24th, Wade Hayes, Trevor Clement starting 26th, Andrew Waring 27th, Johnny Nichols, Eric Antilli 29th, and Jonathan Medeiros to round out the top 30.
Ryan Strodbeck sneaks in 31st with Brian McGreevy in 32nd. Josh Cully will be starting in 33rd today, and then Adam Halleck is in 34th, and Rachel Hunt will be last on the field when the green drops in 35th. And already they are taking off behind the pace car. Before we get to the green real quick, who are you guys eyeing as potential winners today?
It's a hard one to pick. Out of the drivers that are starting, I mean, it's hard to bet against Christian Challoner. He's been so dominant over the course of this season, so I think I'm going to stick with the safe bet and go with Christian.
Yeah, I think that's a really good pick. Just looking through here, I think I'm going to go with Matthew Thunhorst. I know how important it is to be the fast guy like Challoner, but maybe you get a guy a little farther back who can roll the dice, have an opportunity, save tires. These long green flag runs, maybe we'll be able to see some strategy workout. Maybe Thunhorst can capitalize on something.
Let's see if either of those predictions come true, because as we come through NASCAR 3 and 4, the number 32 of Eric Smith is going to be given control, and he will decide when to accelerate as we are given the green flag. Off of 4, Mustang pace car, getting ready to duck in. There it goes. Eric Smith waiting. He accelerates away, and the green flag is out for the World 600. It's a good jump for him. Behind, Morley already comes down to the inside, covering off Liam Quinn. In fact, it's pretty much single file for the top cars. A little bit in the mid-pack, still working their way down to the bottom side, but it's a very, very patient start.
Michael Jeans was stuck on the high side, but he's now been able to slip in on that low side. Actually, that's going to be Boyd Hogan who's going to dive down to the bottom side in the 897, who's going to try and take the position away. Michael Jeans just hanging out there on the high side. Looks like he's headed to the back right now. He's not intent on trying to get down to that low side as Rob Gall looks to the bottom as well. Michael Jeans finally going to take that position, but the battle for the lead between Eric Smith and Michael Morley.
Yeah, that's still staying tight. We're watching the battle for third on screen. That's Driscoll and Quinn. And that's going to go out in favor of the 51. Driscoll moves into that podium position. And one more loss for the 24, because here comes Hogan. Maybe the Canadian takes a look down on the low side and then thinks twice about it.
Yeah, 24 getting a good run off of that high side. And you can do that here if you hit it right. You just got to make sure not to get too wide up, not let the car push, and also save those tires.
Eric Smith got a little bit loose off the corner, so our leader losing track a little bit. Michael Morley's coming in behind. He's going to look to the bottom side. He's going to look, and he's going to try and get there at the bottom of 3 and 4. He's going to manage to do it. Michael Morley now to the bottom side of Eric Smith. Eric Smith holding it high on the high side, but it looks like Eric's a little bit loose entering the corners right now with his setup.
An intimidating car, flat black number 06 of Michael Morley, not able to shake the first place away from 32 yet. As they come around NASCAR 1 and 2 once again onto the backstretch. Really, this is about as good of a start as I think we could have hoped for, because I'm not seeing too much in the way of crazy dicing.
A very patient field, all knowing that this is a very long race, and you can see Michael Morley just trying to chase down the leader, making sure don't burn up that stuff. Now, Adam, it's interesting you mentioned Smith's car really loose, as you can see it just fishtailing there. He wants that car loose right now so that later on in the run is Morley going to look to the inside, make the move, dives it in, makes it stick, and he's going to be your leader, Michael Morley, moving into the lead.
Eric Smith trying to fight back on the outside, unable to do so, but as you were saying, yeah, I was just wondering whether or not the difference between the day and the night setup was going to be something that's in effect right now, as we have a battle going on for 4th position between Boyd Hogan and Liam Quinn that you're seeing out the back window of Michael Morley. These two guys side by side, but these setups are not the setups that the guys are planning to finish the race with. They're just racing on these setups to get to the nighttime, in which case, then they're going to start taking off.
That 24, we saw him challenged by Hogan earlier. This time, though, he's actually going to make it stick. So Hogan up to 4th. Quinn now falls down to P5 after qualifying in 3rd. I wouldn't bet against Quinn, though. He's won the Indy 500 here in the Majors Series before, and though he tends to be a little bit better in open wheelers, he seems to hold his own on the general oval side.
Yeah, and if those kinetic setups that they had in the European split were anything to say, that car is very good on the long run. So we'll have to see how Liam Quinn does, if he can be like his other teammates in the other regions and have that car go work in that long run and not burn up those tires.
To his low side there in the orange 413. I think he's going to get it. Go ahead, Adam.
Yeah, remember that these guys are not going to be super feisty right now. They have a long way to go. This is lap 8 of 400. So don't expect these guys to be taking a lot of fights this early on. You saw the silver car just a couple laps ago, Christian Challenger down on the bottom side, quite a bit off pace. He's still in 11th position, but it looks like he's just backed out of these battles that have happened ahead of him. He might just have been feeling a little bit uncomfortable with how close the battling was, and like I've been saying, he wants to make it to the end of this thing, so it's not go time yet.
Yeah, and when you're someone like Challenger, I mean, you know he has some pace. He's a pro. He knows what he's doing. He's stuck here with this situation. All right, do I work through the field, maybe burn up my stuff a little more than what I would like and get those positions, or do I wait? I let the cards kind of fold out, take care of my stuff, and then make my moves later on in the run. And I think right now, I'm sure Challenger has much more pace to back up. I think the later in the night and the saving the tires, Challenger's car's going to come around.
Going back to Quinn, he continues to fall backwards. He's down to 6th now, and Warling, who is right up behind him, we ride on board with a 90. He's a much better off of 4. And that's actually going to allow him some overlap by the time they get to the other end of the circuit.
Yeah, Joe, this is actually making me really concerned for Liam Quinn, because for Quinn, it's the opposite of Travis. Oh, it looks like we might have an incident. Dick Mueller down to the bottom side through 1 and 2, and he's quite a bit slow. The 84 off pace.
He blew his engine. I don't know how this early. The 84 is going to have to take his spare car and hope for a lot of lucky dogs. Let's watch the replay.
Oh, that is so strange.
Well, great heads up, because he got it out of the way, and it looks like he will be able to coast it back, at least out of danger's way. So there won't be a caution from him.
So this is interesting. We had someone in the European split blow their engine too, and we thought, oh, they just put on qualifying tape or something, but now twice. That's really weird. I would love to know what happened there.
We jump back to the leader now. The 06 of Morley is still ahead of Smith, but he's not fallen away, and now they're being joined by the 51 of Driscoll. He had gapped back slightly, not a huge margin, and has brought it together to about 0.2 of a second. In fact, it almost looks like all of the leaders are backing into the rest of the pack, because here comes Hogan as well there. He's the black car, 4th in line.
Yeah, when we were doing our winning predictions, Joe, I think that we might have undersold Steve Driscoll a little bit. Steve started up further up in the field, and he is such a strong driver here in the NASCAR series, and it's awesome to see him battling now up there with the lead pack, but he's got to do this all night. And so he's just got to stay consistent and stay clean, much like most of the rest of the drivers.
A little bit of a couple packs going, because not only do we have this one, but Quinn has a string of cars behind him. Rob Gall, Challenger, Thunhorst, Manning. Essentially a 5-car fight. I think Quinn's going to lose another one, because Rob Gall is going to get that number 31 through, and Challoner is going to crack into the top 10 while he's at it.
Yeah, this battle for the 7th position is getting a little bit hairy because Rob Gall is holding up a little bit. Christian Challoner in that 8th position, Liam Quinn in 9th, and Matthew Thornhorse in 10th. We're going to look on the back of Rob Gall as he's now starting to pull away a little bit. But Christian Challoner looks like he's decided to move up a little bit in that field. He sees those leaders starting to sneak away.
Watch from onboard Gall here a little bit, but a quick note while we do this. Mueller has retired, unfortunately. I think he's decided he's not going to try and wait around in the back as he's going to be many laps down. And Trevor Clement, we never mentioned it, he started from pit lane. He's still on the lead lap, but he's getting closed in very fast by Michael Morley. So this strategy call by him is not looking good, and I think second place going to change hands. Driscoll manages to overtake Smith.
Yeah, Steve Driscoll still on his charge, overtaking Eric Smith. Eric Smith's just going to sit in line, get a little bit of draft, and back off a little bit. Looks like Smith's got better rotation through the center of the corner, whereas Driscoll has a little bit of a tight car. And that's actually one thing I wanted to mention about Liam Quinn, who was dropping back before we got caught up in the blown engine, was that I was concerned about Quinn's car because of how much he appeared to be tight, which was the opposite of Eric Smith's looseness. And that concerns me being this early on in the race. When we get to nighttime, that tightness might start to really take off. So he might have to do something drastic here with tire pressures to try and get something adjusted on that car.
Yeah, and don't write off. I know Eric Smith started this race on front. Don't write him off yet. That track temp is up to 92 degrees. It's climbed 3 degrees since the start. Having these cars running around, building heat into that track, it's going to keep getting hotter. As you can see, already up to 93 now. So this track's going to keep getting hotter until that sun finally sets. And you'll see maybe guys like Smith's car, they're really prepared for that colder weather.
Wind is also picked up too by about 5 miles per hour, and that's going to make things even trickier. But we've been green since the beginning. We're getting ready to hit lap 20 of this 400 lap race. Watching from on board, third place driver Eric Smith, and a change for the lead potentially because Steve Driscoll is feeling feisty, and Morley's going to give him space at the bottom. But I don't think there's momentum in favor of that unorthodox car.
No, Driscoll pushing up a little bit off the corner, so he had to get out of it and allow Morley to go by. Morley running well on that high side. I've noticed a lot of guys are running on that high side, so they might build some rubber into that high side here early in the race, which might make it more viable towards the end of the race. But these two battling it out is actually bringing Eric Smith and Boyd Hogan back into the picture.
Side by side, though, in the process, because Hogan now gets to the inside of the 32. This is for third place, and I think the 897's got it done. Yes, indeed. Almost drifts up in front of him. Awful close moment on the exit of turn 2 for the 32. Great racing from these top 4. Very well behaved, but certainly nobody's resting on their laurels. Certainly some interesting strategy going on. Ooh, as we didn't quite see it there, but the 51 actually had to pull out because Morley almost squeezed him up to the wall, down up to turn 1.
These top 3 are really under a blanket. Boyd Hogan's actually going to look to the bottom of Steve Driscoll here. Steve's going to give him the room. Boyd Hogan's going to power it through. He's a little tight, but he's going to be able to hold the line down there. That's using up a lot of that right front tire and right rear tire going around that corner on that low side, really keeping the power down. Steve Driscoll able to keep it a little bit smoother up on that high side, and they're able to make it through. Boyd Hogan's going to sneak through.
A lot of shuffling around here at the top group. Really, the only thing that hasn't changed for a while is the lead. Morley not willing to give that up quite yet. I was just looking at the same thing that I think you are, Dawson, that it seems like we've had some good movers here now that we've been running green since the beginning.
Yeah, just kind of looking through the field. Johnny Nichols, one of the guys that, my eyes looking at here, 9 spots up, doing a great job. Also, Brian McGreevy up 9 spots as well. As we look at Johnny driving through the field here, sitting in 17th right now, doing a great job saving his stuff, sitting in the pack. Maybe he can keep marching his way forward, saving his stuff.
Rachel's actually not done too bad. The 016 is up from last 28th. Of course, 2 of those gained since our first DNF that we had, and also Clement starting from pit lane. but she's obviously chasing Marcus Tracy. No, that's not Marcus Tracy. That is Brian Strodbeck. She's behind. Another name that we know very well here on the channel.
Yeah, Marcus Tracy's really dropped back here. It's like he's lost 12, 13 spots so far since the run, so I wonder maybe set up the car just not feeling it right now. Hopefully maybe he can get some new tires reset and try and get that car working for him again.
And guys, the lead might be about to change again because Steve Driscoll's putting a challenge on Michael Morley for the lead position. The Boyd Hogan's in third, Eric Smith is in fourth, and Christian Challoner, up from 11th to 5th position, is now on the back of this train. Blink and you'll miss it, guys.
51 still not able to get that pass done. You're right about the speed Morley's getting with that medium line. Oh, and I think he caused the 51 to wash out a little bit there because here comes Hogan. He gets a nice little jump on him, gets to the inside. Are we going to see another swap for second? We're going to see a swap for fourth place as well, as it seems the 37 of Challoner has got that one done.
Challoner's hungry for that clean air for sure. He's pushing very hard right now. Look at this, Boyd Hogan is slow on the low side, so Challoner's actually going to go to the high side and maybe try and go around on the high side. No, he's going to think better of it. Maybe do an over-under on him onto the front stretch, but yeah, these lead positions, they've been very, very tight recently, and Boyd's actually going to move to the outside and let Christian go by.
I think he saw how hard he was charging. He's not going to hold him up. So Christian now up to third. And before we even hit 30 laps into this race, does he have anything for the 51? Is the 51 going to allow him to come by, or is he concerned with trying to hold on to it in case he gets a chance to take the lead away from Morley? He's taking a look down on the low side. Sticking with it, though.
Christian's definitely looking to that low side of Steve Driscoll. He wants to get by. He definitely wants that clean air, but he has to back out of it here. This is going to hold up Boyd Hogan a little bit. And Eric Smith, who's been falling off the back of these guys, starting to gain a little bit more time. But behind Eric Smith is Travis Warling in that direct innovations machine. He is going to be trying to claw his way forward as well. So this pack has actually grown to about 7 or 8 cars now. It's back to P7 with Travis and Manning, who's in there as well. But Tristan Challoner finally alongside Driscoll for second.
Dawson, you've had a chance to be out here under green conditions. At what point do they start thinking about pit stops here? I assume it's more tire related than fuel related.
Yeah, and you have a couple options. You can try and be that guy who gets the undercut and gets those fresh tires right away. You could start looking maybe lap 40. I think that's a little bit early. I think lap 55, lap 60 is around the sweet spot. You could push it all the way to 70 laps on fuel if you really wanted. But just be careful with this new tire model. The tires can pop, and I know one of my teammates was able to get his right front to pop around 70 laps. So making sure drivers push it, but don't push it too much.
Ooh, and we might finally see a change for the lead because once the door opened, Morley unfortunately finds the foot of Christian Challoner stuck through it, and he can't slam it now. He gets underneath, and for the first time since, about lap 5, we've had a lead change with Christian Challoner up front, trying to go around the high side. He likes that high side. Morley tries to come back at him, but that backfires, and he falls backwards.
So Christian's now got that clean air. Let's see how well the car does there. We got Boyd Hogan actually still challenging Morley for second. He's going to have to fall in line. And behind there we have Travis Warling, who's moved up to 5th position, passing Steve Driscoll, and Travis Manning, who's passed Eric Smith. So all these guys who are battling for the lead, their tires are starting to go off a little bit faster than everybody else, and they're starting to lose time and positions now.
When you just saw Morley slide up the track there and allow Hogan to go right underneath. Morley was down on the bottom and just the car drifted up. Those tires getting old, and I don't think it's any coincidence that he was leading this race. He was setting that pace for a while. I think those tires might just be going away for Michael Morley.
Side-by-side racing in the top group now is Jeans and Smith, as they are trying to get it settled out. Take that back because Manning now side by side with Driscoll as well for 5th place. So 2 battles right next to one another. There you see them coming down the backstretch now. I think everybody has had enough of this follow the leader. They are now willing to try and take a few risks. 51 gives way to the 28. Manning takes 5th away, and then Jeans is going to come out with the 7th ahead of those that he was fighting with.
Yeah, and Joe, I've noticed a significant decrease in the lap times just in this last lap or two. The cars have really, really hit the wall here as we see Travis Waring. As we see, Waring really starting to struggle right now, being challenged by Michael Morley.
Morley still chasing the 06, and actually, wow, good grip on the bottom side for the 06. Considering how old those tires are, that was a magnificent shot off the corner.
And I don't know how much of a shot it was necessarily from Waring as much as it was a slowdown from Morley. His car just not looking like it's gripping, not holding that bottom. He's stuck up on that high side again, and I think the more cars that pass him, the more he has to try and make that car work on that high side, the worse it's going to get for him. So he's going to lose another spot to Manning here as he looks down to the inside. The 28 car going to come up and almost take the position. Kind of has Warling in the way, gets into that draft, almost pushing him down that front stretch. Manning going to look to the inside, not quite.
Still going to be racing door to door through 1 and 2. The 28 losing momentum now. So has Morley got a handle on things? Yes, he retains 4th position. They'll get single file once again. Another big mover that I noticed, Lionel Callisto. And the number 2 has gone from 22nd up to 11th now.
Yeah, and he's the first car off of this 10-car lead pack, Joe. And while everyone's pace is down about 2 full seconds off of our starting pace, Lionel Callisto is one of the fastest cars out there, aside from Christian Challoner and Boyd Hogan, who are both running very quick times. But Lionel Callisto has been turning in fast laps, and he's trying to claw his way up to that top 10.
The classic paint scheme on that car as well. You talked about the top 2 setting quick laps. Well, Challoner and Hogan have checked out 1.6 seconds back to Travis Warling, where everybody seems to be somewhat left in the dust. And we heard from Dawson talking about saving those tires, and I'm not too surprised that Christian Challoner is able to really come to the fore later in a run.
No, it's cool to see Hogan holding up with Challoner. I wasn't sure if Challoner was just going to kind of walk away on his own, but he's taken Hogan with him, and I don't know how much is that Hogan's pace. Is it maybe the draft? I'm not really sure, but Hogan, either way, doing a great job.
They're just running line astern for now, so I think they're content to tick off the laps. As you can see, the group behind them, not so much, as they were fanned out down the backstretch. They're finally going to go single file now, but I have a feeling that's going to change pretty quickly. 2 UDOX cars in there. So see Justin Levine up into this. He started from 10th place. He's into 7th. Oh, and around the outside, what is this? This is Matthew Thunhorst with a whole head of steam.
You know, Thunhorst around the outside. Steve Driscoll almost gets too tight and runs up into him as we see the battle. Here it is right now. Matthew Thunhorst with a fantastic run on that outside was able to make that work. Michael Morley, though, up ahead of them. You can see him pushing up the corner. This is going to block him in, give an opportunity to Justin Levine to go underneath Michael Jeans and Michael Morley here. But no, they all have to get in line. And this gives Matthew Thunhorst a great run entering 1 and 2. If he keeps this up, he'll have a good one down the backstretch as well.
Watching this with interest. Oh, big washout on the exit of 2 for Morley. Those tires are done. I think he needs to start thinking about a pit stop if we don't get a caution soon. 06 losing yet more time and more pace here as he gets beat out by Levine, who's going to move to the front of this group. Thunhorst gets underneath him. Thunhorst looking for a second position as well, keeping Jeans up on the high side in that orange car.
You know, you talked about Callisto putting down great lap times. I think it's no coincidence that Thunhorst's teammate is looking like he's doing the same, really moving through this pack. I think both of their setups doing a great job on these long runs. Watch for these guys to continue to move up.
Across the line one more time. Morley not only going to lose to all those cars, but one last one. Steve Driscoll is going to overtake him. Down on the low side on screen, that is the 98 of Thunhorst overtaking the 413. Jeans lets him through. Thunhorst up to 6th from 14th.
When you saw Jeans kind of shoot down the track there from being on that high side, he got that momentum on the top. And that's kind of what you can do here. If you get past, you stay up on that high side, you cut down back to the bottom, you have an opportunity to get side by side for the next corner, but not quite enough for him to get alongside Thunhorst as he's going to take the spot and move up to 6th.
Yeah, and one of the things that I've been watching Boyd Hogan follow Christian Challen, and while he's fallen off the back of Christian a little bit ever since Christian caught up to the draft of Trevor Clement, I've noticed that there are a couple cars on track that really have really good rotation off of the corners. We see this battle still side by side between Jeans and Thunhorst, as Thunhorst this time on the high side is going to lose out. But this is very fascinating to see these cars that have late rotation ability are able to stick it out and to get good lap times later on in this run. Oh, Christian Challenger almost got run off the track by Wade Hayes and Trevor Clement, who are battling side by side for the 33rd position. This is very sketchy stuff for them.
Let's take another look at it. Clement does not want to go a lap down here. So I think this must have played at least some part in it. He thinks he's got the pace to stay with him. Whoa. Yeah, he knew he had the pace to try and get by the 33. Oh, and I think he just got a nudge as we come back live. The 37 has had enough of this, and Challenger said, get out of the way. Now he's going to let him through. He sees that the jig is up, and he lets our leader by. The 897 going to follow through. He can just tuck into the slipstream and do what you were talking about, Dawson, and just hold on to the back of him.
And we're going to have to see, he's kind of pulled away a little bit from the car he was battling, but still, that one lap down now, you really want to caution before they put another car lap down. He's in that lucky dog position, and that can prove vital for him. If not, the only way you can get that lap back is to stay out and not pit for tires, which is not a popular opinion when you've got 50 laps on them. So we'll have to see how much farther these leaders get through the field, how many they put a lap down before we hit those first of the green flag pit stops.
Going to be ticking off lap 50 right here as Challenger comes across the line. Still no takers in pit lane. Everybody has been out there just circulating, putting heat, putting wear on these tires. Challenger is your leader if you're just joining us. We're 1/8 the way through this race already. It's the World 600, round 5 of the majors. Hogan has been chasing him. They've been the stronger ones in this latter part of the stint. A little bit farther back behind them, Steve Driscoll, who was up in the top 5, top 2 for a while, has fallen all the way back to 9th. He's been a little bit of a fight with the driver he was leading with for a moment. Michael Morley, he's in the black car that you see just in front of the nose.
And these two, both of their tires have totally gone at this point, and they just have been swapping positions based upon who's making the mistakes. We're now almost 2.5 seconds off of the pace of fresh tires around this track. So both of these guys are really struggling with their times right now. They're running just about equal times around here, and Driscoll and Morley really struggling with tight cars at this point in the race.
We got our first takers. Nick Kuhn is in. Eric Intilli. I see Adam Halleck has also entered pit lane. First ones to roll the dice and see if an early stop will net them anything. That one coming out, that is Intilli. And the number 35.
And it appears that Nick Kuhn possibly had a speeding penalty because he's still in the box with 30 seconds and counting, so he's going to be slow off the track.
Ooh, that's going to hurt, especially here as they are under green flag racing conditions. Multiple laps down for him.
Tilly's car just on the bottom there, just hitting, just almost a jump there on that backstretch. Really, really rough down there. Now just watch how fast until he's going to get going here. Once he gets this car up to speed, he's going to look like a rocket ship. Almost 2.5 seconds, like Adam said, faster than the cars around him. Just powers it up over the top.
It did put him 2 laps down, by the way. So that's your loss that you're looking at if you come in under green flag conditions. I think he's working his way towards getting one of those back pretty soon because he's only separated by 1 car up to Christian Challoner.
Yeah, this is Boyd Hogan who he's about to go by, and he's going to just decide where to go by based upon where Boyd goes. And so Boyd goes to the bottom of the track. Eric's going to go high, and he's already around, and he's already gained about half a second on Christian.
Worth noting that lap down cars are asked to go up to the high side as soon as a driver on the lead lap comes up to them, or driver's a lap ahead, I should say. So we're back to Driscoll once ahead.
Yeah, this is Driscoll and Lionel Kalisto who just passed him for the 9th position. So Lionel Kalisto, whoa, oh goodness, that was close. Michael Morley was going to the pits, and Lionel Kalisto and Steve Driscoll had no idea.
I hope that he called that to them in a way that I didn't notice, because that was very sudden. Usually, I thought protocol for most oval drivers was to at least give some sort of indication that you're going to be pitting in.
Well, you would hope so for your own sake, if not for others' sakes. But man, just nearly avoiding him as he gets the lockup coming into the pits to get 4 fresh tires for him.
Gall's also pitting now. Let's see how they come out in relation to Antilli. Antilli's running 32nd. Morley's back out on the track. Antilli was well behind him. It's going to take a bit to get up to speed, but Eric's actually just coming onto the quad oval now as we see Morley get his car wound up.
Well, and you have to remember, Joe, that Eric was quite a ways back of Morley before this pit stop cycle started. So Michael Morley's our first driver up in that top 10 who's going to be showing us what kind of a difference this undercut's going to make.
Can't get away from this battle between Driscoll and, well, no, Sam Harris seems to have fallen off. Did he have a mistake? Not seeing anything recent, although he did have to try and go through some lap traffic. Oh, and Hogan is in. 2nd place driver pits. So now we're starting to see dominoes fall.
Boyd Hogan into the pits as well as Travis Manning. So Travis Manning quietly running up there in the top 10 as well. So let's see whether both of these guys were able to get onto pit road under the speed limit. We know it's really difficult right now. Boyd is able to hit his box cleanly. So yeah, things are going to get very fascinating here for this race now. Let's see whether or not Michael Morley, even with his 1 lap out there on the fresh tires, is able to make up any positions.
And now you're going to have to watch for the leader, Christian Challoner. When is he going to come in? Is he going to allow Hogan to kind of lap him around and end up beating him out on track? I think this 1 lap even will be enough to give him the lead when everything settles, but we'll see. Challoner comes in this time? I would think so.
Let's see. Yes, Challoner's responding. There's the 98 also pitting. There's a number of drivers who have reacted to what's been going on out there. I guess they're waiting to see what the time differences were going to be. And we're certainly not showing signs of getting a caution here anytime soon. We ride on board with the Kinetic driver, Christian Challoner.
And now that the leaders have come in, I think it's really, as you see somebody going backwards there on pit road, the 45
That's Eddie Hawks.
Absolutely missed his pit box completely. That's going to kill a bunch of time for him. But yeah, now that Challoner, still working on it. There you go. That's your box.
Surprised he didn't get DQ'd for that.
Yeah.
All right. Well, I can report that Christian Challoner is out onto the track, and he is just going to go a lap down to Travis Warling here as Travis goes by him on the outside, that 90 machine. So Christian Challoner now is going to try and regain that lap before any sort of caution comes out.
So Hogan is coming up to the back of Challoner very quickly. The 37 needs to get those tires up to temperature, but he is retaining track position, rather, which could be critical here today. In fact, I think they are both now well up to speed. 897 tried a little bit of an undercut, but it doesn't seem to have paid off.
Possibility, maybe Challenger just quicker into his box, quicker out, able to keep that track position. So well done for him. So you see Brian Barnes exiting pits.
Waiting on about 9 or 10 cars, still yet to stop. Tracy also in.
Now this could pay off big for these guys who have stayed out here if caution were to come out right now. But where these guys are really going to get hurt is when they come to their box and they get out and they see the huge lead that they have, that Christian Challenger has on them. At this point, these guys are going to go a lap down, quite possibly, to Christian Challenger, and that's going to be a very big pill to swallow, being a lap down this early in the race.
And Christian is our first car who has taken a pit stop, as Michael Jeans comes into the pits from second position. And while the race is currently led by Travis Warling and Bob Beltrami and Brian McGreevy, all those drivers still have yet to take their first pit stop.
Jeff Schmeier also coming in as we watch from the Legacy Esports driver. Schmeier locking him up. Doesn't need those tires anymore. Andrew Waring, who's already been in pit lane and maybe serving a penalty here. And he misses his box on top of it, so the 336 just having a horrible day.
So just for lap time comparison, Christian Challenger is pulling, his last lap was a 29.1, whereas Travis Warling's last lap was a 31.5. So that is a huge margin as far as lap time is concerned. So Christian Challenger is now up to 6th position, the first car that has taken a pit stop, and Wayne Hutchison ahead of him, and he's gaining on him by almost 3 seconds a lap.
Yeah, and just looking at the splits right now, Challenger about 21 and a half seconds out of the lead as it sits right now. So Warling is really close to where if he pits now, he could go a lap down. Right about in that 15-second mark is where he would end up going a lap down. The pit delta here, I did a little bit of homework before my race, 43 seconds. That's the amount of time you're going to lose on pit road by taking that pit. Now, when you do it earlier or later, doesn't matter. Warling, he will be faster than Challenger more than likely when he comes out and finally gets those tires, but it's that damage that gets done right now that Christian Challenger is doing to everybody who's staying out.
Warling's in. So he finally decides that those tires have had enough. In fact, it might be fuel related in the case of the number 90. We're getting that far into this green flag run at the start of this race. So he's going to put fresh rubber on. Beltrami now holds the lead, but he looks like he's signaling he's going to come and pit this time in. Indeed, the 14 is heading towards the pit entry. McGreevy follows. Steele does as well. I think this is the end of the road for anybody hoping to take the fuel as far as it can.
And that puts Christian Challenger back into the lead of the race, and he is among a lot of lap cars right now as we see a couple more takers. Like you said, Ryan Steele, Wayne Hutchison, Brian McGreevy, Bob Beltrami, all in, as Christian Challenger going past the lapped car now, the lapped car of Eric Smith, who was up there battling for the lead just a couple laps ago.
A little bit of sun here as it sets well close to the horizon at this point, already past 7 p.m. virtual standard time. That's caused the track temperature to get back down a little bit. It's down to 91 degrees Fahrenheit, which is close to where it started.
To say that Christian Challenger is a professional would be an understatement. He came into the pits 0.7 of a second ahead of Boyd Hogan, and now after the pit stops, he is 1.7 seconds ahead of Boyd Hogan. So he gained a full second in that pit stop cycle.
Yeah, and on top of that, Hogan had one lap where he was on 2-second better tires than Challenger. So Challenger really hitting his pit stop, and that paid off big for him.
Nailed the strategy, nailed the timing, nailed the execution. I'd say it's going to be tough to beat this number 37 because his pace has been hard to top. Everything else looks pretty solid. We talked about it at the start. He is a pro licensed driver here on iRacing, competing in the NASCAR Cup Series here in the virtual world. Sounds like we got a little bit of a battle for 11th with a few cars together.
Yeah, and this is a big mishmash of lap down cars and lap up cars. That's Michael Jeans going by Liam Quinn. And Liam Quinn is in the 24 car. He's in the back of this pack, and all of these cars ahead of him are all battling for position one lap down, except for Michael Jeans in that 413 who's leading this pack. And this is just the chaos that happens when you get these green flag pit stops. You get so many cars with so much different pace going around this track. It can be a little bit difficult to navigate.
I'll get back single file onto the front stretch once again. Fanning out with a little bit of different lines through the quad oval and down to the inside. Waring is going to take a peek on the 83 of Tracy. Tracy, with him being a lap down, car's not going to fight it, but he's going to get tipped off. That was Jeans who made contact. No caution yet. They're off the racing line. And there's the caution. I think the 413 going above that blue line just triggered it. If he would have stayed low, we would have kept green, but I'm sure the 413 doesn't mind too much.
All right, as we take a look at this replay, this gets very, very interesting between, yeah, here we go, into turns 1 and 2. This is just one of the issues that you're going to run into here is just the different pace that's coming between these two cars. And the 83 actually comes down off the top line, and the 413 was drifting up as he was trying to come off of the corner, and they just came together.
I wonder if Jeans actually avoided touching the wall here, because that car looks clean on the replay.
He has some left rear damage from where he clipped the wall coming down the track, but it's not significant.
Ooh, so this is going to change things a little bit. We've had at least a decent amount of racing here, Dawson.
Yeah, a little bit of strategy time now. Guys like Christian Challenger, who pit earlier on, definitely have to take tires. I don't think it's a question for them. But for those guys who really stretched out that tank to go to 68, you're only on 6 or 7 lap-old tires. Maybe they are able to stay out. Let's see what these guys do.
And who was our lucky dog in all of this? Because I didn't quite catch. First one I'm seeing a lap down is Beltrami, potentially. Not sure, as the timing and scoring is now being messed up on my end by the pit stops happening.
Okay, so this is interesting, Dawson. You said that those guys who had just pit possibly were going to stay out and not take tires. Travis Worling was our first car who pit in that last group, and he's back on pit lane getting tires and fuel. So even with only 7 laps on his tires, he's decided that the advantage is too much, and he's got to get some tires.
Hogan just beat Challenger out of pit lane. We've had a swap for the lead under caution from the pit stops. Boyd Hogan beats Challenger to the line and is going to restart ahead of his rival. Interesting development here. Manning comes out in 3rd, Medeiros in 4th. No real big dramas in the pit stops, although if I'm seeing correctly, Strodbeck may have taken 2 tires this time.
So Challenger was a little bit slow into his box, and he did slide the tires quite a bit coming back out. So he lost 1 second to Boyd, who was able to beat him in a photo finish to the line at the pit lane.
We'll try and dissect this when we come back. We're ready for a break here on the Global Sim Racing channel, but don't go away because there's lots more racing yet to go here in the Majors World 600. Welcome back to Charlotte Motor Speedway. The golden hue of the North Carolina sun is just lighting up the back stretch before it goes down for the World 600, round 5 of the majors. Don't forget about our charity for this race, Homes for Our Troops. You can check out a link in the description below. It is hfotusa.org if you want to help contribute to that cause. Thanks to Lionel Callisto for nominating them for this race. But it's going to be Lloyd Hogan who leads them back to the green. He is ahead of Christian Challoner, with the second row having Manning and Levine back there. How is this going to play out now? Is Challoner going to try and quickly dispose of him, or is he going to let things settle in before he goes on the aggressive? Pace car is in. Boyd has control. Ooh, it's a very good jump between himself and the 28. In fact, that's going to slot Challoner into third. Not too dramatic quite yet, just a bit of a surprise there to see him get caught up that way.
Challoner's going to slot back into third position and then have a fantastic draft of 2 cars down the back straight, and he's going to close right back up to the back of Travis Manning. Travis Manning, excellent work to get himself into that second position. He's doing a great job right now, but Christian Challoner, he's going to try and get himself back up there, but he's a little bit slow on the beginning of this run, maybe just pacing himself a little bit here.
So get back up to speed. Moving back around for the second lap under green here. We're on lap 80 now at this point, so we're getting close to the quarter ways mark. Hogan, Manning, Challoner, Levine, Morley back in it as well. After slipping way backwards, he finds himself now in P5 after 2 sequences of pit stops.
Yeah, and let's hope maybe his first run kind of teaches him a little bit. Hey, I got to save these tires. I've got to mark these corners just a little bit. You know, that'd be really good to see. It'd be really interesting if we see this next run where he's much better on this long run. He's learned something. That'd be really cool to see.
We'll take a look at this. He's a little bit slow on the short run as we see up ahead of him. That is Justin Levine going to the bottom of Christian Challoner, as Christian's actually going to let him go by. So maybe he's looking up ahead at Christian going, you know what, if Christian's backing up a little bit, maybe I should too. And Michael Morley now has Matthew Thunhurst underneath him, with the teammate of Matthew, Lionel Callisto, looking up his backside as well.
Thunhurst in that number 98 might be able to get it done here through 1 and 2. Still got a little bit of overlap with the matte black car of Michael Morley. Challoner actually just fell to 4th now, with Manning getting by him as well. Looks like Morley gonna get passed by the 2 of Callisto. Up to top 6 now from 22nd on the grid.
Watch out for these 2 guys. I think they got pace. I don't think we saw it much in the first round, but I think we're going to see them start to mix in with that top 5 this round.
Still a little bit of side-by-side action here. Morley with Driscoll underneath him. Ooh, they get a little loose coming off of 4. More so Morley. Keeps it from hitting the wall, but it looked a little sketchy.
Driscoll's car looking a little bit tight, actually, as he comes off of the corner. And that's, once again, a concern this early in the race. You want it to be a little bit loose right now in the hot weather. So it's going to be interesting to see whether or not that improves as Morley continues to fall back a little bit. But like I said, I think he's learning from Christian a little bit and pacing himself.
10th place also has a little bit of a pack going. Liam Quinn, I guess, has finally stopped the bleeding here at this 10th position, has Sam Harris in front of him, and then Eric Intilli behind him. Intilli, remember, was one of the early pitters, but he's on the same strategy now after that caution. He looks to the underside of the 24, but he can't make the pass stick yet.
You had to say something, Joe. Eric Intilli down to the bottom of Liam Quinn, as Liam is going to lose that position to Eric, as Eric's aggressiveness is coming through a little bit on this earlier stint of this run. And actually just a couple positions back of them is Brian Strodbeck in 13th. He's that guy who took 2 tires, remember, and he's actually fallen back a little bit since his starting position. He's really having trouble keeping pace through the corners. He's got Eric Smith looking on his bumper right now, and Eric's going to go down to the low side through the quadrant.
Right underneath that rear bumper, not afraid to race close. The 171 stays up high, and it looks like he's going to have to give way on that one. Brian Barnes as well, carrying a lot more momentum down low. Gets through cleanly. Up at the front, though. Interesting that Levine is now the one that is challenging Hogan of all people. Levine was a bit quiet last run.
Yeah, maybe, just save tires well last time, trust his stuff. The track's going to start to get a little bit colder, maybe a little bit more grip as he's looking to the back. Maybe going to make the move. No, going to stay behind him, 2, 3, and 4.
Well, if these guys have their relatives up and they look back past that fourth position, they're realizing they're doing something right here, because behind Christian Challenger is a 2.5-second gap back to Matthew Fenhorst. So these top 4 have really broken away. So it might not be in Justin Levine's best interest, actually, to try and make the pass on Boyd Hogan right now. But as I say that, he's going to pop out. Maybe he's trying to cool off the car a little bit, but I think that these guys might be just out here to ride a little bit and continue to pull that gap on Fenhorst.
I suspect that there's something to that theory. Little behind this top 4, 6th place now has Lionel Kalisto being towed along by Thunhorst, but Driscoll in the UDOX car pulling along. Michael Morley is threatening behind that number 2. They come through turns 1 and 2 themselves onto the backstretch and eventually get single file. Sam Harris playing a little bit of a caboose in the train and waiting patiently to see how this unfolds.
And here comes Driscoll down to the low side of Kalisto. Going to take it into 1 and 2 here. And it looks like Kalisto's going to just kind of take it easy up on that high side. Here comes Michael Morley looking to that bottom side as well. He gets a little bit loose coming through that really steep banking as it flattens out from that 24 degrees down to 5 degrees. And that can really upset the car if you're not careful. So Morley keeping the power in it. And he's going to go right by Kalisto, who's starting to back off a little bit into the clutches of Samuel Harris, who's going to go to the inside as well.
Well, we know Kalisto has that long run pace, and I do think that this is kind of Kalisto's thinking, I'm just going to chill out here. I don't need to race right now. I'm going to save my stuff because I know that I'm fast enough later on.
Oh, and the lead is changing right now. Justin Levine got to the inside of Boyd Hogan and has made that position work, as Boyd Hogan's actually going to power back here on the front stretch. He's going to look to the inside, but he's going to get blocked off by Justin Levine. This is for the lead of the race right now, as they are nose to tail going into 1 and 2.
Yeah, almost looked like he was bump drafting down the quad oval, which is not something I would generally recommend, especially in these Cup cars. They settle out finally. This hasn't lost them too much time. Manning's still about a second back, and then there's a whole 1.7 seconds to 5th place Steve Driscoll. But Christian might be loving this, because I'm sure this allows him to hold on to them easier.
Travis Manning, who was battling for the lead, has now fallen off of them, like you said, by about 1 second. So these top 3 now in the breakaway, as Justin Levine and Boyd Hogan swap positions in 3 and 4 last lap. Christian Challenger just looking on at these guys, following in their draft and continuing to pull away from the guys behind.
Got a little bit of battle between Smith and Barnes, and I think Barnes down in 13th place. Going to promote himself 1, might be 2. Here comes Liam Quinn, but he's got to lift a little bit. Quinn's still going to stay kind of high. Let him have the inside if he wants it. Barnes, oh, and very loose behind them. We didn't quite see it on screen, but the 32 had to catch the car big time. Still side by side between the 4 and the 24.
This isn't helping either of their tires at all. Brian Barnes is using up a lot of his stuff on the low side there, trying to get by Liam Quinn. And Liam Quinn up on that high side, like up there in the gray, it just starts to wear away your tire wear quite significantly. So both of these guys were damaging each other's efforts here as they were running side by side for that long.
And that's where, as a passing driver, you got to decide, do I really need to get by this car? How important is it? And in most cases, you think, well, I'm going to keep losing time if I stay back here. Is Liam Quinn now under attack yet again? 388 machine looking down low, not going to make the move this time.
That's Josh Cully that you see in the 388, the black and gray. The blue and black is the 24 of Quinn. He's going to be given the inside is Josh Cully. Another position down for the number 24, maybe? No, he's carrying speed well up on the high line. He's going to keep it for the time being.
I'm just not sure whether it's worth it to keep fighting it there on that high side. As you look there, here comes the 388 trying to go around the high side now, as he's going to force Liam Quinn to go on the bottom lane. And yeah, the 24 keeps fighting, and he's just going to continue to burn his rubber off, and is not going to have anything left for later on in the run.
Oh, look at that. The 388 can't do it low. He says, well, you seem like you had fun on the high side. Let me try that. Sure enough, works out for him. Gets the position. Move him up to 13th. Josh Cully.
Oh, we might have a pass for the lead here as Boyd Hogan has a run on Justin Levine for the lead of the race. Boyd Hogan now looking to the bottom side. This is almost a carbon copy of what happened about 5 laps ago. Justin Levine letting Boyd Hogan by. Boyd Hogan washing up a little bit through 3 and 4, but I don't think that's going to give enough of a run to Justin Levine to get the position back. So these guys continuing to swap positions here for the lead.
Christian Chandler just loves this. He loves seeing these guys run side by side. He's content to sit where he's at because he knows he's going to have the best tires come the end of this run.
I'm looking through our stats, and I'm seeing a few drivers that might need to be concerned sooner than others, such as Johnny Nichols. He's one of those that did not pit under that caution. He's up to 38 laps on his tires. Compare that to the 24 that our leaders have right now.
Yeah, Johnny Nichols is one of those drivers. Bob Beltrami also did not pit under the last caution. He is the furthest up of the drivers who did not pit under the last caution. He's currently in 19th position, Bob Beltrami, and he is doing a good job hanging on to those positions. He's actually gained one ever since he started this run.
And speaking of hanging on, we thought that the 28 car of Manning was going to be dropping away from this lead pack. He has not done that. He's stayed about where he was. So as much as we thought maybe he burned his stuff up, maybe that's not the case. Maybe it was just a bad couple laps. So staying in that 4th spot for now as we look at the 41 car, Nichols.
We've now past the quarter mark, and Christian Challoner up into 2nd place past Levine. Is this where he says it's time to go? It's actually just about, I believe, yeah, this is roughly about halfway through his stint if he goes the same as his very first stint under Green. So I wonder if that's something for us to make note of as the race goes on and we get these long runs.
And Levine has fallen off the cliff for sure. He just got passed by Christian Challoner, and now he is almost in the clutches of Travis Manning, who was about a full second behind the leaders. He's in big trouble now as those tires really hit that cliff.
Well, he lost 6/10 that last lap, just to give you an idea. That's a massive cliff to fall off of.
In fact, he's now being hounded by Manning in that number 28, Manning in the gray and red. They come across the line one more time. We still have 34 drivers still running. Only Dick Mueller, with his mysterious engine expiration, is the only driver to have left us so far this round.
There's going to be a big incentive for drivers to try and run as long as they can in order to score any points whatsoever. I know that you get those more points for being in this top split, but to score any of them at all, you have to run 300 of those laps. So Dick Mueller, unfortunately, if he calls it here, he will not get any points. It will be a big goose egg for him this weekend.
That's a real shame considering how tough it is just to get into the show. We're down to 28 cars on the lead lap, though, we should point out. So a few of them have been lapped and are stuck down behind the leaders. We're going to watch from on board our 7th place driver. Thunhorst is currently behind Morley that you see in the black car ahead of him.
Yeah, and Thunhorst has actually been stuck behind Morley for quite a few laps now. And Morley has been doing a good job to hold off Thunhorst. Thunhorst, though, looking like his car is getting a little, which is weird to say, a little looser here later on in this run as we see up ahead of them. That is Steve Driscoll dropping to the bottom side of Mark Tracy. No, it's the other way around. Marcus Tracy dropping to the bottom side of Steve Driscoll there. That was a lapped car of Marcus Tracy. So here comes Matthew Thunhorst, though, with a run on Morley. He's going to have to decide where to go with this. He's going to drop to the bottom side. Morley up to the high side. No contention there as Morley's just going to let Thunhorst go. Yes, he is.
When you can see just how much better of a run Thunhorst was going to get. He hit his apex a good couple seconds later than Morley, and that was enough to get that momentum off the corner, have the car stick for him, and make that pass.
These two complete yet another lap. Thunhorst has a ways to go to get up to Driscoll. There's about a second gap from him to the UDOX car. Still a lot of racing left to go, though. So if anybody has something for the leaders and they're holding it close to their chests, it's certainly not do or die time quite yet. Remember, we mentioned early on that Trevor Clement started from pit lane and we saw him go a lap down with the leaders trying to get by. Well, the 111's actually on the lead lap once again and in 23rd currently.
Yeah, good recovery drive from him as he had to take that pit stop early on. He has recovered well, and he's looking for the next yellow flag to really gain those positions back and get everything back for him. So Trevor Clement just running his race right now, hoping for another caution.
So since that first caution, been all green. Now on lap 111, and we're creeping ever closer to a next set of pit stops. Most have had 2, only a few have been 1. Ooh, and Bob Beltrami, he was one of those that did not stop last time.
Yeah, Bob was actually the first car who on track who had not taken a stop in the last yellow flag, and he actually had the least amount of time on his tires, so he's definitely going for the undercut on the rest of the guys that had pitted with him. So here he comes off of pit lane, but that's a very early stop here. Oh, and Justin Levine just had an issue. He's way slow on the backstretch.
Let me see what happened here. He just got loose just now in turns 1 and 2. That's the number 713 car. Or did he get loose?
Yeah, he got loose coming. He went over the transition very strangely through 1 and 2 last week.
This will tell us a lot right here. Oh, yeah. It was the lapped car, I think. At least I'm pretty sure that was a lapped car that maybe caught him out a little bit. Cost him some positions from the lead, now down to 7th. Race is not over yet, though. He's still got time to make up for that. That red machine going to go on by. I think that was the car that he was in, even trying to lap there, the 83.
Quite interesting to see the car that loose at this point of the run. I mean, from what I felt on my car, it was just tight. I couldn't get the thing that loose, so maybe that's a little bit of the secret to how fast Levine has been running this race.
Keeping an eye on our 2 leaders, first and second, because Hogan still has Challoner riding him about 2 tenths behind. I kind of wonder if Challoner's doing this on purpose, if he's just content to sit and wait, knowing that he does have pace over Hogan when he wants it.
Well, he's got to run this time, so this will definitely show whether or not he's content sitting behind. He's going to look to the outside of Hogan here. Hogan on the low side this late in the run is probably a beneficial strategy, but Christian's really going to throw it in here, and it's going to carry a lot of speed through 1 and 2. That uses up a lot of your stuff, but if you want to get the lead, that's what you got to do, and he's going to maintain that position into 3 and 4, drop down back down to that white and blue line, and take the position away. So Christian Challenger back up to the lead.
Those papers you see fluttering by the grandstands are me throwing my notes out the window, because what do I know? Christian Challenger up to the front now, past the 897. He and Hogan do seem like the two that everybody else is going to have to beat. But being fast early in the race is not necessarily the same as being fast late in the race. Not much in the way of change of the weather conditions, by the way, other than the sun continuing to go down. But is basically the same out on the track surface.
And now is Challenger going to pull away from Hogan? Has Hogan used up his stuff that much more? And now if the last run was anything, no, he's not. He's going to stay right behind him just like this until the pits come out. And, we'll see. Maybe Hogan tries to pit a little bit earlier than Challenger this time, or they're just going to go back-to-back. One goes, the other goes. So we'll see how this all breaks down.
And Joe, I'm starting to see a lot of people very loose around this track, which, like Dawson said, is a little bit of a surprise to me. I'm actually looking right now at the battle for the third position, which is about 4 or 5 cars long. This is between Travis Manning, Matthew Thunhorse, Steve Driscoll, Michael Morley, and Justin Levine. And Michael Morley now trying to go around the outside of Steve Driscoll possibly, but Morley is very loose back there behind Driscoll, and Driscoll's starting to show his looseness as well. So a lot of these cars getting very loose here as we transition towards the nighttime with the lights.
Morley, though, looks to me at least in better shape than what we saw in the first stint, where he suddenly dropped like a rock. As looks like third place finally going to change hands here, because down to the inside, Thunhorse sneaks by Manning. The 28's not going to fight it, but he's going to lose multiple positions, it appears, because the 51 now has a nose in.
There's Morley pushing Travis Manning up on that high side, and here comes the lap car of Cody Wyman, who has taken a pit stop, and he is now bottled up behind all these guys, losing tons of time in that 29th position as he tries to claw his way by. He's on fresh tires, and he might have to make things 3 wide down the straight, and he might do it here through the corners if we're not careful.
Morley almost looks like he was considering it. Finally, as they get onto the backstretch, Manning is going to get 4th place back. Morley moves into 5th. The 51 still stuck on the low side. And wow, like a rocket ship. Look at the 331 just take off almost to the outside wall, though. The 28 of Manning was very loose off of 4, and that means Morley's going to be able to get underneath and back into P4 himself.
So Morley did learn from his last stint and has taken his time getting his speed up over the course of this run, and now he's back up into that 4th position when he was struggling and falling all the way back into 10th, 11th position last run. So he learned very quickly. Here comes Justin Levine as well down to the inside of the 28 of Travis Manning, who was battling for the lead earlier on in this stint. So we're starting to see a trend here. Those who battle for the lead early on in stints tend to be the ones who fall back farther and farther as the race goes on.
But we're not seeing Challenger or Hogan fall victim to that. Whatever they've got going with that setup seems to be lasting fairly well. And Rachel Hunt appears to be pitting. We just went by her.
Yeah, Hunt, one of the next ones who's taking a pit stop after not having taken a pit stop in the last run. So we are on lap 48 of most people's stints. She was on lap 53 or 4, I believe, before she came into the pit lane. So she hits her box well and gets out well. So barring a speeding penalty, she's clean and ready to get going again.
Looking through, Adam Halleck is due for a pit stop. Wayne Hutchison, Johnny Nichols are all very much at the end of that tire life. As we take a look at 6th place, being led by Driscoll in the 51. Manning continuing to fall backwards. Sam Harris is the one gaining on him in that blue 42. And then not too far back behind them, they've got a train with Kalisto, Kuhn, Warling, and Tracy. That's a mix of cars on the lead lap and lap down cars. Wow. Harris making this look easy. Not only did he climb up to the back of the 28, ooh, very fast as they almost come together down into one, but then just disposes of him like he's standing still.
I can report Brian Strodbeck is also in the pits. He's our driver who took 2 tires last time, so he's
Time to take his stop at exactly.
Force Challener's hand, or does Challener
Wait,
trust his stuff
is
enough
Hogan
to
out of
stay
fuel?
up?
He's slow.
He must have been underfueling the car, or not filled it up on the caution flag.
What a bizarre strategy error.
That's going to cost him significantly against Challener, though. Challener's still going around 2 laps to the good now at this point. So Hogan back out on track now. He's already lost a lap to Challener, and he's going to be almost another lap down by the time he gets back out on track. Here's Challener now coming around 3 and 4, and Hogan is just now entering, 1 and 2, and Hogan just now entering 3 and 4.
Starting to see some of those drivers who have taken tires just blasting around this track. Strodbeck, one of them, he left Challener behind in a hurry just now.
Obviously, we know that Hogan ran out of fuel and he's going to be slower, but does his pit stop here at lap 51 of this run force anybody else in the top 10 to make that move as well, thinking that Hogan's going to be coming?
Well, if they have crew chiefs that are telling him that Hogan was out of fuel, then they're definitely not going to come. They're going to keeping their eyes on Christian Challener up there for the lead. Eric Antilli now into the pits lane, as well as Adam Halleck.
Yeah, I think it's these drivers who can afford to take a little bit of a gamble that we're seeing come in, mid-packers, backpackers, that are working their way down. Manning in the 28, who certainly had enough of his tires, looks like he should be back going soon. Yes, indeed. Actually, no, did Manning have damage? I'm seeing a 54-second stop for the number 28. Not sure what happened there.
Well, about a half a lap ago, we had an incident right in front of Christian Challener with Jeff Schmeier. I don't know if it's too late, but it looked like just a couple cars got together.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, I think we could get this one. It is roughly a minute ago. And that was, it was 3 wide. It was a great catch by Schmeier. He got hit in the back by Hutchison in the 17. And McGreevy in the 68 was also involved.
And now they're both on pit road. Woo! Look at that lockup.
Big damage, though, on that dog bear machine.
Now remember, these guys do have a fast repair that they can take. So here we see the incident happening on screen.
Oh, that was Strodbeck, I think, with those fresh tires. Just wasn't aware of his own power.
Yeah, and that's the awkward racing that creates when you get these mix of cars. It's a 2-second difference over a lap.
And I know you guys were asking about what happened to Travis Manning. Did he have damage? He, in fact, did. He actually slid the car into the pit wall, entering pit lane, so he probably took the time to get that damage repaired since we're still have a long ways to go in the race. While we were doing that, we had a couple more pit stops as well. Steve Driscoll and Travis Warling both came in for their pit stops, and they came out behind Boyd Hogan and Josh Cully.
So Hogan's still our highest pitter right now. Clement just pitting right now. He's on the lane. Hogan is weaving through the traffic like it's nothing on that fresh rubber. Being chased by Josh Cully, who's directly behind him. See the 28 on screen now with his repaired car and new boots. Oh, and Eric Smith is in too.
As is Michael Morley from the 4th position. So the top runners are starting to fall. Christian Challener, though, still plugging around 60 laps into this stint.
Morley, who had worked his way up to 3rd from other people falling by the wayside. This is an endurance race here, 600 miles. So even if you aren't the fastest, you can pick up those spots. And is he clean in? Yes, he is.
And this is going longer. Remember, he was one of the earlier pitters on that first green flag run. So Morley definitely making those tires stretch a little longer this time. Learned a lot, and now hopefully get back out there and do it again.
Our driver on the oldest tires still out on track is Ryan Steele in 10th position, 68 laps on those tires.
Even with Hogan's problems, Morley is well behind him. Matthew Thunhorst now pits in the number 98.
That concerns me a little bit for Christian Challoner at this point, because with Boyd Hogan, he's only 24 laps out of the lead. 24 seconds out of the lead, I believe here. No, he's a full lap down, but still, it's like about a lap and a half delta to take a pit stop here.
I wonder if that fresh rubber is what's doing it. If just nobody responding to him has meant that he's been able to sneak under the radar because everybody thought he'd lost enough time from being out of fuel. There you see him on screen.
Well, here comes
Challenger
Josh Coley.
continues on around.
Here comes Josh Coley, who actually has fresher tires than he does by 1 lap. Josh Coley putting a challenge now to Boyd Hogan. Josh has been following Boyd around a little bit here. Travis Worling also close up behind these guys. So even though Boyd took that earlier stop, he's got older tires than Travis Worling at least. So Travis has 6-lap newer tires. So if he actually can pace himself here, he's going to have these guys easy once they get later into the run. He's going to try it now, though.
Boy, Dawson, these are hugely long stints. I mean, our lead cars are 64, 65 laps on these tires. I was not expecting them to try to run the fuel tank dry.
Oh, woo! Almost getting the wall there. Worling with a great catch, just to barely keep it off the wall. And yeah, this is going longer than what I expected. I'm kind of worried, but then again, if you are able to stack up 2 or 3 green flag runs together, that going longer is going to end up working out a little bit better for Challoner.
Oh, one of our front runners in the 89, Medeiros, now ducks down to pit lane. Jonathan been a bit quiet this time. He's taken his teammate with him, 2 kinetic cars. Liam Quinn following him down.
Challoner into the pits now. So now things will get really interesting. We're going to see whether or not Boyd is going to inherit the lead here from Challoner, even after his troubles with fuel.
Oh, Hogan might not be the one with the lead because Cully goes underneath him, and Josh Cully is now our highest pitter. The 388, who's going to go around the outside of Bob Beltrami. What has he got for Christian Challoner?
Well, first he has
to stall.
But first he has to pass Travis Worling, and Travis is pitted after Josh Coley, so Travis has fresher tires. So this is going to make things very interesting. Right now the leader is Samuel Harris, who is just now getting passed by the lapped cars of Travis Worling and Josh Coley.
That was the 37 we saw on the low side. He got smoked.
And you got to remember, folks, he's got those fresh tires now, and he's going to have them for the entirety of this stint. So he's going to have them better than these guys for a while. So he'll be reeling them in as this run goes. It's just now if you get a caution, Challoner has lost track position.
The 37 of Christian Challoner back to 7th position.
Travis Worling leading the way of those who have pitted. And he's got about a second over Josh Cully. Still waiting on Sam Harris to finally give up the ghost. 69 laps on the tires.
Worling actually made contact with Nick Kuhn coming through the corner. Those two extremely held up here as we see our leader come to the pits. Woohoo, that was hot.
Trying to maximize things. And what is this going to mean for cars who are a lap down? Sorry, go ahead.
Yeah, I don't know if he got it slowed down there in time. He might have sped on the entry there. I'll have to take a look.
So he will hand the lead back, supposedly. Yes, he will definitely hand the lead back here because Worling's now coming on through. Harris hasn't even taken off. Lead goes back to the number 90. What is Challoner in relation to Hogan? Well, he's got Driscoll between them currently, the number 51, but Driscoll on about 10 lap older tires than the number 37.
Yeah, Joe, Christian is flying right now. That number 37 car looks to be a dream as he goes right by Steve Driscoll and Nick Kuhn like he's not even talking about it. And he's going to zip by Boyd Hogan on the front stretch like he's standing still. Christian Challoner up to third position after coming out of the pits in seventh. One lap.
2.3 seconds. That's the gap up to Warling right now. Cully is still between them. 15 lap fresher tires than Josh Cully. Does Christian Challoner have? As they come out of the final corner, it's going to become obvious. So watch Warling also cross the line. Second place going to go to the 37 just now as you see him swing it into turn one.
Oh, and behind the Boyd Hogan up the hill. You see it just now in the back of your screen. Boyd Hogan really got loose through 1 and 2 underneath Steve Driscoll and Matthew Thunhorst, and now he's just recovered it. But Boyd Hogan almost wrecked it there.
Look at Challoner go. You can just see that number, the delta to the lead, just eating away.
It's down to 1 second. Remember, about a lap ago, honestly, I want to say it was, I said 2.3, maybe 2 laps ago. Chops it down to 7/10. Not going to have him this time by at the line, but certainly when they come across to start lap 150, I think we're going to have a new leader. Not much that the 90 can do in this situation. The 37 has his pick of where he wants to go. He's going to take it down low down the backstretch. Down into 3 and 4. And Warling lets him have it. Challoner back to the front. We doubted that pit strategy, but it is working a dream for the 37.
And Challoner last lap was almost a full second faster per lap than Travis Warling, so he's going to pull a further gap until his tires start to wear away now. So quite an impressive run from Christian to get back up there to the lead.
I think one of the reasons why he was able to stay out longer than everybody else, he knew he had about that 5-second lead to the rest of the pack after Hogan. So I think he knew he had that buffer to play with, and he very well used it. Now his lead not back up to 5 seconds quite yet. I guess that's what we should be measuring it off of, but enough so. We're very impressive, and he's going to have these fresher tires than the rest of the field now for the rest of the run.
Looking through, we've lost Andrew Waring at some point. The number 336 is now out of the race. So we're down to 33 runners.
Ooh, and actually fourth position's getting very tight between Michael Morley and Steve Driscoll right now. They're side by side as they go across the line. Michael Morley pitting just a couple of laps after Steve Driscoll, so he's trying to go by on the outside and is going to be able to get that done. But Steve Driscoll putting up a good fight there.
Absolutely. Morley is one of those drivers on a similar strategy to Thunhorst. Those who have very fresh tires right now are Justin Levine in 9th. He's only got 10 laps since his stop. Sam Harris as well, 8 laps ago. He took it out there for quite a while in that number 42. He's actually on the lead lap as well, so I almost feel like that kinetic number 42 is sitting pretty currently.
Yeah, Sam Harris doing a good job in that 10th position, and he's got some decent pace on the guys ahead of him, which are Justin Levine and Bob Beltrami. Bob Beltrami is on a 43-lap-old tires, so he's only about 10 laps away from pitting. You're going to go on board with Bob Beltrami. You're going to see just how quickly the people around him are going by. But Bob need not be too concerned, because even though he's on a different pit strategy from everybody, that doesn't mean it's the wrong one. We're not going to know the answer to that question until we get to the end of this race.
Levine and Harris easily managing to 8th and 9th. Those two almost kind of working a little duo here, climbing up through the field. Next on their list is going to be Boyd Hogan. Remember, one of our early stoppers due to a strategy error on fuel numbers. The 897 actually being cut down relatively quickly, even though they've got about 3.5 seconds. Oh, and Sam Harris just overtook Levine on top of things. So Harris now up to P8.
Oh, Harris doing a great job. He caught our attention when he had that colorful pit entry into the pits. Ever since then, just been cruising through this field, doing a great job in that blue kinetic machine.
I mean, we saw Michael Morley also have a fascinating pit entry as well. We wondered whether or not he got a road speeding penalty. So seems like these guys who are taking risks entering pit road are actually having them pay off once they get back on track.
Now, all this jumbled mess of strategy that we've got has not only caused us to have drivers out there on different pace, but the leader seems to be constantly dealing with traffic as well. They just went by Wade Hayes and Marcus Tracy. So there are perils in that too that we haven't talked about. With this extended green flag running, you're not just going to be hot lapping out there on your own.
Now, hot lapping on your own is something that you get reserved for a practice room at noon, but right now, Christian Challenger having to deal with quite a bit of the traffic as he's out there right now. And we're going to take a look at P14. This is Brian Strodbeck. He was one of our earlier pitters as well. He's on 33-lap old tires, and he's getting passed by Jonathan Medeiros right now.
And if you remember,
much later. Go ahead.
Yeah, Strodbeck was one of the guys who took those 2 tires. So that early pit stop was kind of a reason, because he took those 2 tires, probably didn't like it, and went to the 4 tires a little bit earlier than everybody else's. Medeiros kind of driving away from Strodbeck.
Well, he made that look easy, but I think it's going to be a little bit harder when you get to the front of the field where P2...
Yeah, very, very close. Travis Worling actually got pushed up the hill by Brian Barnes. This was very, very close to a wreck for Travis Worling.
Just as I mentioned, and that definitely was not the 90s fault at all.
That's not making any friends back in the paddock.
No. I was just mentioning the lap traffic, and that is a good illustration of what they need to worry about.
And I know how bad it looks what Barnes did. It looks like he just kind of drove up and didn't even care where the 90 was. But with these cars and how they're taking these corners, when you start it that shallow, unexpectedly, maybe he just got down too far, kind of clips, and the car hops back up. It's really easy to mess up with these things. So it's not just Brian Barnes being careless. It's more of a mistake.
Yeah, and like you said, it definitely looked like he clipped that apron there on the bottom. And so definitely not his intention to do that. But now look at this mess going on right now.
I was just going to say, yeah, it's getting a little scary out there for some of these drivers. Thunhorst kind of backs out of Barnes a little bit. Barnes is actually on fresher tires. And McGreevy's up on his high side. He's also a lap down car. Worling, I'm sure, would like that spot back and wouldn't mind too much if the same thing happened to those in front of him.
Dawson, you race in the European region. How frustrating is it when you have these lap cars who are battling you really hard? And consequently, also, how frustrating is it when you're a lap car when you know you have pace on the cars ahead and you can't do anything with it?
Yeah, it's really rough because you feel like they shouldn't be racing you, but you got to understand from their position. These are guys who are laps down. They're trying to be the first one to get the lucky dog. They're trying to stay on the lead lap or prevent it from going 2 laps down. It's a 45 getting into the wall.
That was Eddie Hawks. We're going to watch a replay of that, and that was right by the battle for 5th, which, as we go to replay, has changed hands, by the way. Hawks was just trying to give room, and it went 3 wide. Thankfully, did not take out some of our front runners.
That's a really rough line up there. There's not much grip once you get up there. Adams talked about the marbles and stuff, and there's just not a lot of grip up there.
And Morley just overtook Worling for 3rd. I wonder if Worling got some damage with the issue he had there with the lap traffic. It's not good news for him because Sam Harris is just tearing through everybody and probably will be back to the back of the 90 pretty quickly here.
Sam Harris 2.5 seconds back of Worling, but Morley, yeah, that looked like Worling was going to the high side to let Morley through, so I think Worling might be dealing with something in that car. Like you said, he looks slow off of the corner. I'm going to take a look at his lap times. Morley Yeah, everybody around him is lapping in the 30.7s, and Warling is lapping in the 31 flats, so something's definitely up with that car.
Not a good sign at all.
We're getting to where we're about halfway through this race, and this track temp hasn't really gone down from where it started. It's still at 91 degrees Fahrenheit, and we're waiting to see that sun go down, and it's just kind of sticking up there. I think we're gonna be a couple more, maybe one more run until we see that sun finally go down. I know in our race, we weren't this far into the race, and the sun had gone down. We had a couple more cautions early on, so these guys running in this heat a little bit longer than probably what they expected.
Certainly been very fast with only one yellow under our belts. And we're now getting a little bit closer to the halfway mark. We're down to 18 cars on the lead lap. But the leader of that lead lap is Christian Challenger and has been pulling away from second place, which has been held by multiple different cars at this point. It's up to 8.3 seconds. The 37 has had control for a good chunk of this race at this point.
Yeah, Christian's consistency is showing right now, and it's also showing why Kinetic is doing so well in the Teams Championship. But Christian Challenger, he has won so many of these rounds here in the Majors Championship so far this season. And as we said earlier on in the season, he came over to the Americas because he wanted a better challenge. He's definitely got it. The wins have not been easy, but here he is once again leading by 8 seconds in this Coke 600. And that's due on strategy alone.
They've not been easy, but he's already racked up 4 of them. For those wondering how he managed that without absolutely destroying everybody on points, remember we've had multi-class racing in this series this season already, which awards different points, and then also we've had different wins, I should say, and we've had a multi-round race with the TCR cars last round. Back to the 713 car with Levine, and looks like Harris, did he easily get by him, or is he being caught here? I think he must have gotten by him.
I mean, having a little bit of connection issues there is getting them in and out. So look, Cully up in 9th spot, getting passed by Hogan. These two have been kind of right next to each other for a while here. We saw Josh Cully, it seemed like he was a little bit off on the pit strategy, a little different than everybody else, but still doing a great job inside the top 10.
Yeah, Josh getting very tight towards the end of this run. He's pushing up the hill quite a bit, and Lionel Calisto is now going to look for that low side. Look at Josh Coley just hanging out there on the high side saying, I don't got anything, man, just go. Get by me, please.
Yeah, I think this is going to be easy pickings for him. He's through 1 and 2. Stays way up in the gray, actually, there, the 388.
Oh,
we got a caution.
Michael Morley's gone around.
Driver from 3rd place, and it was lap traffic again, McGreevy, but I would put this one on Morley.
Yeah, Morley
this actually was.
Yeah, he
I
got
was going to
very
say the
tight,
90. The 90 just sneaks through there. So once we watch this replay, if we could get an onboard of Travis Warling, there you see him get down low like that. Warley just drifts up right into him, almost like he had lost a little bit of focus here.
Well, Joe, he's been tight all day, and he's been handling it not great. And here he is. Yeah, look at that, just drifting up the hill. That's going to really frustrate the lap car as well.
Number 90 of Warling was the one who went down the low side. Let's watch from his perspective. Ooh, very quick reactions.
That is worried about Morley's car. It looks like the toe might have been knocked out of it. If he has to burn a quick repair here, that would be very unfortunate.
Certainly will force him to be a little bit more cautious for the remainder of the race, as naturally everybody comes in. That was well into a stint. No question about pit strategy here.
And Joe, there's only one driver two drivers actually who had pit that cycle. Cody Wyman in 28th and Eric Smith in 33rd. So everyone's going to come into the pits. That's going to put everyone back onto the same strategy, except for, strangely enough, Bob Beltrami, who went around one more time, maybe to get points for leading a lap. He's got 63 laps on those tires. I expect him to come into the pits next time.
As everybody comes back out, Challenger easily back to the lead, Thunhorse second, and Worling third. Let's take a quick break here on the Global Sim Racing channel. Still more than half the race left to go here in the World 600 for the 2020 Majors. Welcome back to Charlotte Motor Speedway. We're going to get restarted on lap 176 with the World 600 here for the majors. And Christian Challenger is going to be leading the way this time. Thunhorst will be following to his outside. Worling and Levine, they're making up the top four. If you don't see Morley and you're watching earlier wondering what happened, well, he's what caused this caution, as he got in trouble with a little bit of lap traffic, not realizing they were to his outside out of turn 2. So that drops him backwards, probably having to use a... Actually, it looks like he did get the car repaired instead of using his spare car. So he's going to be potentially a little bit down on power here. They come out of turn 4, and Christian Challenger is going to have control behind that Mustang pace car. Pace car's in. 37 waits, and now he accelerates away. Green flag is out, and Travis Worling could maybe sneak to the inside of Thunhorse. Nope, he's going to duck down, cover him off.
Good start from Christian Challenger. Thunhorse back to that second position with Travis Worling in third, Samuel Harris in fifth. In fourth with Boyd Hogan falling into the fifth position, and then it's side by side between Justin Levine and Josh Coley, but it looks like Justin Levine's going to pull that one out. Oh, wow. Whoa. Right to the inside of Matthew Thunhorse. That was assertive.
Wonder if there's a little lift there from the 98, just wanting to get in line here at the start. Remember, the tires are kind of cold right now, so maybe not in the mood to try and do some side-by-side racing. Getting a little bit of blinking from somebody there because I keep seeing smoke. With a 98 got awful loose off of turn 2. The 42 of Sam Harris is going to come up to the back but decide not to pass. That lift, that checkup, puts him back in the clutches of Hogan. And it's starting to form a train now.
Boy, and if there was someone who really wanted a caution, Hogan was probably one of them. He's able to reset his pit strategy and kind of be caught up and have a chance to catch Challoner again and get back to where he was, which was right with Challoner, even pace.
Eagle-eyed viewers might have seen a car hit the outside wall. That was Josh Coley in the 6th position. He drops 2 positions off of that. Very tight right there. Who was that getting loose?
Hogan. It was Hogan touching the apron and having to run up the hill to catch the car just as Sam Harris had to try and pull out to avoid him.
People not used to the new tires on this thing after they've been running such long stints. And you get surprised when the car grips down on the bottom side like that. So here they go side by side still, and that's between Justin Levine and Sam Harris.
After Harris looked very strong for a bit, now suddenly he's on the back foot and being overtaken by multiple cars.
Yeah, and you see some of these guys getting loose. You want this car loose right now so it's less tight at the end. So these cars that are really loose right now, they're the ones who are going to be a little bit faster in the end. See, they're single throughout basically the entire field now. 413 taking a peek on Cully. Not going to make the move.
Everybody's kind of settling into things. While we've got that opportunity, an update for fans of Andrew Waring. He has apparently DNF'd because he lost power at his place. So sad to see that caused that.
That is absolutely heartbreaking to be in a good position in a race and then to lose power like that. And we have a wreck in the backside. That's Wayne Hutchison getting spun around. I believe that was by Eddie Hawks. So that will draw out our caution.
Hutchison has already, I think, taken a free repair.
Unfortunately, didn't hit anything, Joe. It was just a spin off the nose of one of the cars ahead of him.
The 28, that's Manning, who gets into him, turns him around. Manning got away with it with very light contact.
And Travis Manning is down on power, so he was inclined not to lift out of it there because he's down on power a little bit on the straight, so he was hoping that Wayne Hutchison was going to get going off the corner. Didn't happen. He ends up getting into his left rear quarter panel and spinning him around.
Didn't get too many laps under green here, so I don't think we should see too many drivers come into pit lane. Granted, we had, 7 laps at one time, Dawson, and you were kind of gobsmacked at everybody suddenly diving in?
Yeah. We'll see. Maybe this time. And it's typically a follow the leader thing. If one guy does it, it's kind of a monkey see, monkey do situation, and everybody's like, well, might as well. We'll see. Maybe somebody wants to stay out.
Nope.
Ugh.
I know, I'm a little disappointed too, Dawson. I would have expected somebody to take a risk here and stay out and possibly gain some really good track position here. But the new tires must be they must really have an effect on these cars.
Well, that, and I think also us running these long green flag runs really is making people think, hey, this race has been going green. We're going to put in these runs. The odds of us getting another caution and that working out. So we get a 2-tire call to get the lead.
Driscoll rolls the dice. He's going to get ahead of Challoner and come out with the top spot. Wasn't much on those left sides, so why not? Dunworth behind him in 3rd, Hogan in 4th out of the pits. I see a couple other 2-tire calls. Strodbeck is going to try it. Morley, he's got not much to lose at this point.
And Strodbeck tried this once before, you remember, and so, I mean, if anybody has a little bit of knowledge about it, he does, and seeing him go again, that's at least a little encouraging.
If Morley's a little tight, won't this help loosen the car up a little bit, Dawson?
Yes, definitely. It's kind of what we found was the more those left sides wore, the looser the car got, so maybe that'll help him.
Also, you may have noticed that we're getting a little bit of shadows now. Well, that's because the lights have come on. So we should definitely get the heat going out of the track a little bit more at this point. In fact, I'm taking a glance now, 88 degrees Fahrenheit. It is indeed cooling down. It won't happen extremely quickly. iRacing has in fact modeled the heat soaking into the different layers under the pavement. So it takes its time to go away. Wind hasn't changed a whole lot.
Lots of drivers going to take this opportunity to get a lap back. So all the guys on the lead lap all pitting. This allows them to get the wave around and get that lap back and possibly get back on the lead lap.
Understand that we've now lost a third car from the race. Jeff Schmeier seems to have called it a night, as he does not seem to be in his car. Now, I haven't seen him quit the session yet, but if he's taking it behind the wall, highly unlikely it's going to come back out and keep racing. Let's see, who are we going to get with getting laps back? Looks like quite a few, actually. Yeah, a number of drivers are going to come back onto the lead lap with this, taking a gamble and staying out. So I think we're going to be down to 25 cars on the lead lap.
Yeah, this is really important. I mean, just a story from our race today. A teammate of mine was 4 laps down, and he was able to get it all back and ended up finishing 6th today. So just because you're a couple laps down, don't be discouraged. He really worked hard to get back. I mean, he was in last place for the first 150 laps and able to work his way back up.
You see, we are now double file as all the lapped cars go on by the pace car. We're going to get restarted on lap 186. A few of those drivers that are trapped multiple laps down right now. Eric Smith, Marcus Tracy, Eddie Hawks is one of them. Wade Hayes as well. Still have a ways to go to get back into the mix, but as Dawson just said, it's not impossible. It's a long, long race. You can't give up yet. Let's see if we can get some green flag racing here. Down the back stretch, waiting for that pace car to pull away. Driscoll on 2 tires. Is he going to like this call? Is he going to regret this call? It didn't quite work out for the last few drivers we saw, but we're in a much different situation this time through. They come off of 4. Staying in the pace car. Looking to release all this horsepower behind him. There he goes. Driscoll waiting. Green flag is out. The 51's on the loud pedal. Christian Challenger called it well. He does not drop back much at all. Side by side still for third. Hogan to the outside. Thunhorse to the inside. Those 4 tires actually looking pretty good for the 37 because he's staying glued to the rear bumper of Driscoll.
Yeah, Christian Challenger's going to give him a real challenge here into 3 and 4. He's going to dive right down to the bottom side and just take off. Look at him go. Steve Driscoll there just gone, just left in the dust right now. And I can say that those 2 tires are not working for anybody. Strawbeck struggling, Morley struggling, so 2 tires definitely not working.
Thunhorse getting mugged down on the low side. Oh, we got a car loose. That is Lionel Callisto, who catches it, the number 2. He pulls it back up onto the racing surface, but he's lost a ton of spots. He did take 4. Callisto, we're going to watch just over his shoulders. This is going to get really hairy. Okay, car looks okay. Look at number 2 for Callisto here. We are on board with him, so that's weird. Oh, no, we're still live here. So that's why we thought we were on replay, excuse us.
That was going to be a mighty snap if it was going to snap on him. Car looked really happy, I thought.
Yeah, really.
All right.
Meanwhile, Driscoll's going to get passed by another car. This time it's Travis Warling.
Driscoll is mighty loose right now. He's really struggling to keep control of that car. Thunderhorse now looking at his bottom side. Those 2 tires, they were not the answer.
So they come off the corner. The 51 just dropping back and dropping back after.
And Boyd Hogan down to the bottom side of Christian Challenger for the lead right now. Boyd Hogan back up there battling with Christian Challenger. Justin Levine back up there battling with them as well. They're going to go side by side as they go down the backstretch. Boyd Hogan looking to take it away from Christian Challenger. Christian not giving up on the high side this time.
Oh, but he might lose 2 spots because here comes Levine. He's got the inside of him. The 713 has the track position. Can he complete it? 87 of Challenger making him work for it. He's not giving it up easily. They're going to stay with an overlap, and that's going to lose them a little bit of time to Boyd Hogan up ahead, who retains the lead. Down through 3 and 4. Is this where it gets done? The 713 is finally fully passed.
You saw Boyd Hogan there dip down to the bottom side to give Justin a little bit of a draft because he knows how strong Christian is on these long runs. But at this point, expect Christian to just back off a little bit, let his tires settle back into temperature, and wait to pass these guys, about 30 laps into this run like he's done the last 2 runs. And if anything, these guys ahead should take note of that and maybe back it up themselves a little.
Top 3 really just bolting loose. Travis Warling is almost a second behind them already.
Yeah, we've kind of seen Levin burn his stuff off. And I mean, what's going to make you go faster? You see a Christian Challenger filling up your mirror, you're going to want to go faster because you're afraid of him getting too close to you or something. So I think this is a good strategy for Challenger to kind of make the best out of this opportunity.
And we've seen him be patient so far. So this could be right to plan for him. Strodbeck suffering the same problems that Driscoll has. He's dropping backwards in a hurry. Just got overtaken by Kalisto. Looks like he's also going to lose out to Medeiros.
Challenger just made a move for second place, so...
Oh, never mind then.
Yeah.
Again, what do I know?
Justin Levine just getting taken to the
got a
caution side there. Oh, caution, yes.
Liam Quinn.
And Trevor Clement as well.
This started with Liam Quinn.
Adam Halleck with major damage as well in the back. He's stuck on the wall.
It's like Antilli in the 35, yeah. He makes contact with him, and then unfortunately the 111 gets into him, and then the evasive maneuvers, unfortunately having trouble getting the replay up here, but I can tell you that Rob Gall was trying to avoid, caused Manning to sideswipe him.
And Adam Halleck got ARCA brake from the cars behind him as well.
Wait, as much as Antilli was kind of the cause of it, or I guess one of the main causes of it, I can't fully blame him. He came away pretty clean, so take a look here.
He did turn down a little bit from that angle. At first I thought it was the 24's fault, but that almost looked like Antilli kind of ran into his side.
Rough for the 111 Clement. Right here. It's going to happen right in front of him. Boy, that's down the straightaway quite a ways. Oh.
He just predicted the wrong direction to go, unfortunately. That is heartbreaking.
Let's watch from onboard Rachel, too. There's great evasive maneuvers here.
Here she comes off the corner. She's very high. She sees the smoke happening ahead of her. She's just going to keep plowing forward, keeping an eye on everything. Wow! Look at her dive down to the bottom there. Oh, that's close.
Oh, I love that patient approach. She just kind of, like you said, she was easing up and waiting for the right time to really have to make a decision. When it came, it worked out perfect.
That kind of looked like what you would see in real life. You know, we see people when they get into sim racing, you don't have that like sense of, scare. We've seen that with the NASCAR drivers in the series that they've been running. That seemed like she was in a real car doing a real thing. was a great job.
Obviously had a few more pit stops in the process of this, and let's see. Yeah, it looks like Hogan beat Challoner out on that. Do we have anybody not come in? I think Ryan Steele, maybe? Seeing a bunch of cars on one lap stints so far.
It appears to me that everybody did come in because we did more than one lap on the last run. Brian McGreevy did not come into the pit lane. Neither did Nick Kuhn or Eddie Hawks or Marcus Tracy, but they're further back.
Drivers who are unfortunately stuck in pit lane getting lots of repairs. Manning among them, Halleck. I think Wade Hayes taking a bit of repairs himself. See Eric Smith in there, but I'm not sure if that's for repairs. I think he is just off sequence since he's one of the cars multiple laps down. Boy, this has been a spate of cautions. And it's caused a number of drivers to at least be able to get their laps back, because it looks like we're up to 26 of them now. Still have a few that are certainly trudging along, looking for that Dory Award, hoping to at least stay with it, gain those points that we heard Dawson talking about, because we're not even close to that 300 laps that they'll need to earn those points yet.
And boy, that's really important, you know, with guys in your team and everything, maximizing those opportunities. And even for you as a driver, just trying to get up there in the driver's standings. I mean, you want to get as many points as you can.
It's not just a solo effort out here for a lot of people. At Teams Championship, you can't just give up. You got to do whatever you can. And I think we're going double file here. Yes, indeed. So, lap cars waved through. Boyd Hogan this time. Going to take the restart. He's already done it once or twice this race. He's got some experience. Looking through to see who's been moving up pretty well. Sam Harris has been having a good race from 20th to 5th position. Ryan Steele, 23rd to 9th. It's a good little gain upwards. Kalisto, 22nd to 10th. Medeiros, actually, 30th to 12th. And Strodbeck, 31st to 11th. He did take 4 tires this time, by the way. So hopefully that should help him out.
I hope guys don't leave that strategy. I think once the track gets colder, we'll see that come back.
It is cooling down a little bit. It's down to 87 degrees Fahrenheit. Still half the race left to go. We could see it get quite a bit cooler as time goes by. What are we going to get out of Hogan this time? Pace car ducks away. The 897 goes immediately. No wait, and actually this might backfire because Christian Challoner called that jump almost to perfection. The 713 is still inside of him, though. Levine is going to try and take the second place away. He's got the desired line. Challoner's holding on just by a thread, but I don't think he's going to keep this.
Challoner's going to keep challenging, but I think it's going to be a lost game up there, so he's going to back off just a little bit, going to 3 and 4, and going to slot down behind them as they exit onto the quad oval here. So Challoner back to his old games and hanging out behind those guys. Back further in the pack, we have decent passes going on. That was actually Sam Harris who made it up to the 4th position off of that restart after starting in 7th. And we have side by side, that's Ryan Steele going past Steve Driscoll as well in the background. So still some good battles going on in the midfield.
Steele's actually got enough momentum. Look at him come up to the number 90. Where did Steele come from? He is looking very, very fast here early in the run, almost brushing the wall off of 4.
He's definitely got a head of steam, and he's on a mission. He's he's not worried about wearing those tires out. He's going to take that high line and try and get as much track position as he can. Maybe he's anticipating another quick caution.
Well, he's gained a lot right here early in the run. Car looking strong up to 6th position. Mostly single file in front of him. The 90 of Orland took a look on Jeans as well. Well, did you guys have fun on that one? Because we only have to do it all over again. We're halfway now.
Ryan Steele up to the outside of Matthew Sunhorse now. This guy is flying on that high side, not caring about the tire wear at all. He's showing the field how it's done on these shorter runs.
We've watched cars that charge hard at the early bits of the stint suddenly fall backwards. So I'm not sure if this 12 can keep this up, if I'm honest.
If I'm a betting man, I'm betting that this ends in him dropping back. But hopefully, maybe he found something here under the pit stop. You know, you have a couple adjustments you can do. Maybe he found something.
There's a big problem with Medeiros. Back in the back of the field, Jonathan Medeiros got a lot of damage on the rear end of that car now as they come through 3 and 4. This was coming out of 1 and 2 on the backstretch. Very rough moment.
This started with the 89 of Medeiros and the 171 of Strodbeck. Let's look at the replay. Medeiros gets loose. Yeah, we'll have to back up a little farther than that. And Strodbeck is the one that's going to get into him. Everybody else just kind of has to scatter.
There he is getting.
Oh, wow, that car was loose almost as soon as he turned in.
Gets the apron and then gets hit in the back by the 171, and everyone scrambles to get out of the way. Good job for everyone to keep things going here.
Those kinetic cars, you can just see them pulling through those turns. Those cars really want to turn, and early on, those cars are very loose.
Oh, and it looks like the 331 of Cody Wyman is without power going through 1 and 2 in the 26th position. I don't think he's going to make it back to the pits, guys. If he doesn't pull this over soon, we might get a yellow.
He's taking a tow, so looks like we won't get a caution. Also, as that was happening, Steele up to 4th now. Was he just playing possum this whole time?
I think if he's really burning his stuff off, it's around 15 laps when the car really comes to realize it, so we'll see.
I mean, he wasn't exactly a nobody in this race, but he just was a little bit anonymous and quiet.
Yeah,
Didn't make any waves.
Well, here comes Sam Harris up to his rear bumper. You can't quite see it in the rearview mirror, but Sam Harris is another one of those drivers who charges late in runs, and now he's got some speed here early on. He's catching up to the back of Ryan Steele, and he's going to push Ryan Steele up to Christian Challoner and Justin Levine and Boyd Hogan, who's leading the race.
Steele actually just overtook Harris a couple laps ago here. So I think the 42 is just kind of caught onto that slipstream and is pulling along behind him, trying to see if he can chase him up to the top 3. It's about half a second between Steele and Challoner, who is our 3rd place driver. Watching out the back of Steele on Harris. In fact, that gap is definitely coming down. He is quicker than the leaders right now.
Yeah, but
and the temperatures haven't changed either. It's 89 degrees Fahrenheit.
Here comes Christian
and we got a pass for second.
Yeah, Christian Challoner to the bottom side of Justin Levine there, as Justin is going to let Christian by. This is almost a carbon copy of what happened on the last run, right about at the same time. So Justin Levine going up to that high side, letting Christian go by. And Christian on a charge now. He's going to look to the outside of Boyd Hogan. Nowhere to go now. He looks to the inside. He's going to cross across that yellow pavement there. This is very, very tight between the two of them. Christian Challoner to the bottom side of Boyd Hogan. He's decided now is go time.
This is quite early for that aggressive of racing. They're still going to be wheel to wheel through 1 and 2. But the momentum off the corner is better for the 897. He's not going to be quite clear by the time they hit 3, so the shorter line for the 37 pays dividends for him as he finally got this done. No, not quite.
And then we also have in the background Sam Harris battling with Ryan Steele, so we got 2 battles going on in these groups. Look at this side-by-side battling for the top 5 positions.
Tried to cut down, but Christian was still there. Hogan finally has to lift and give way. Meanwhile, Steele actually successfully fends off Harris. So a change for first and second, but not for fourth and fifth.
And just those leaders battling side by side has kind of brought everybody back up here a little bit. I know Steele's really been moving, but you can even see farther back, looks like they've caught them a little bit. Now we see Steele getting passed by Harris. Have those tires started to talk now?
Oh, he's definitely tight off the corner now as Travis Worley looks to his bottom side as well. Travis unable to get the run, but Boyd Hogan's not done with Christian Challoner either. Wow, yeah, Steele slow entering the corner.
Wonder if he's finally paying the price. 90 of Warling up on his rear bumper. Michael Jeans following. And then Matthew Thunhorst in there too. Woo! Almost looked like it had to be a lift there for the 90.
Yeah, and that's tough. If Steele's trying to really arc that corner, it looks like there's a gap, and then there isn't.
Michael Morley just had major contact with the outside wall exiting 1 and 2. He is very slow on the track and has now fallen way back.
That car was extremely loose. He got a little bit of a side swipe as well from the 68 of McGreevy. Ooh. That was a lap down car. Ooh, pancakes it. That was the 68 of Greevy, or McGreevy rather.
This is Brian. Brian's going to try and avoid this, but he's not going to see it coming out of the corner. He's just going to drift up like he normally would, and then there's this black car super slow, and with a tight car, you can't really wheel it anymore, so he manages to avoid it. And as we're coming back, Boyd Hogan going on Christian Challoner for the lead.
Ooh, I thought I saw the 713 touch the apron a little bit and drift up the track. He had to catch the car, but the top two still side by side into 3 and 4. Watching from Levine's perspective now, catches back up to these two, cutting a huge hole in the air, going side by side across the line. It's too close to tell who led that lap. Neither one willing to give way. I would not think that this is go time yet. This is way too early.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, you've got, what, 3, 4 pit stops at least. I mean, this is really early for these guys, but, I mean, hey, this long of a run, you're gonna, whoa, almost a bump there from Levine, Challoner. But yeah, no, this is, yeah, I think he got him, but yeah, no, this seems really early, but I think guys are getting antsy, they want to get going, and they're here to race.
Well, we're getting some good racing at this point. For those wondering what happened to Steele, I think he has now eaten up all of his sweets and is paying the price because he's fallen to 8th. And then we actually had a little birdie in our ear as all this was happening, suggesting that as they were watching some of the drivers out there really pushing it, that they do not fit. This is one of the team members out there telling us this, that they think that they're burning up their stuff way too early.
All right, the battle, while this battle is very fascinating, another battle that's complete chaos is the battle for 15th with Jonathan Medeiros on back through Rachel Hunt. These people are almost 4 wide down the backstretch.
This looks like Talladega.
Oh, and they're wobbling about quite a bit. These lines are not neat and tidy like you'd want at Talladega as well. 31 of Rob Gall looking like he's out of shape.
That's terrifying.
Especially for those behind him, because there's no place to go if somebody loses it in this pack. You are at the mercy of the wreck. Are they finally going to get single file? Barnes is stuck on the low side. That's Hunt up there in the number 16. She's still pushing that high side, trying to see if she can make that work. If not, I don't think she'll have the space to get in front of McGreevy. Also, I was wrong. McGreevy's not a lap down car. That is on the lead lap with that contact he made before.
And how much do you want to bet, Dawson? These are the folks who are set up for the daytime, starting to get very loose here at night.
Probably. That would be, say, a safe bet. You know, we were wondering how many people really knew how this track was going to come in and not. And if they came into that practice, it was like, oh no, it's so warm. But yeah, no, these cars moving around, it's fun to see. I kind of enjoy this, rather than the Christian Challenger car up tight hitting his spots every time.
Boy, this pack is sketchy.
Boyd Hogan just
Liam-
had a moment coming off of 1 and 2 and has now lost the lead.
Yeah, that was another loose condition. Let's look at the replay. Boy, he had to chase the car big time here. Look at it! Whoa!
Watch those hands do some work here.
Yikes!
Those hands are Hogan's heroes right now. He did retain third place with that, but Levine gets first with it. Challenger still riding in second. And actually, that slip-up has allowed Warling to close in.
Yeah, Travis Warling now closed into that right up to the back of Boyd Hogan, and he's towing with him Samuel Harris as well as Michael Jeans, Matthew Thunhorst. It's pretty much everyone back to the 12th place of Josh Coley is now in this battle for the lead.
Man, Sam Harris is another one I think who's paying the price for using up his tires because he was under threat as it's those behind him. In fact, it's side by side behind him right now. Jeans and Thunhorst, who were before challenging him, are now stuck bickering amongst each other.
Yeah, as you can see, Sam Harris really kind of struggling with corner entry with it getting very loose, and he's getting caught by these battling guys who are like, Sam, we're battling, get out of the way, Sam.
Eddie Hawks was the car you saw down low pitting in. Not for position. They get it sorted out, they could probably overtake the 42, but they're kind of their own worst enemy.
And I tell you what, guys, these cars are really pounding heat back into this track temp back up to 90, so we're really not seeing it cool off the way we thought we were going to. As these guys keep putting in laps, I would expect it to at least hold, maybe even go up a little.
Watch from Harris's perspective. Now that they've gotten single file, Jeans rocks up behind him in that orange 413. And I thought this would have been quicker work. Maybe he then burned up his stuff trying to race side by side with a 98. No, they're all going to calm down here. Oh, and we're missing a pass for the lead.
Yep, Christian Challenger just setting up Justin Levine off of 1 and 2, and he's now down to that low side. Justin Levine able to hold it strong on the high side, but how much is he going to use up his stuff doing that? Christian Challenger not really in a hurry to get this move done. He's just going to run his line down there and force Levine to try and fight back on the high side. Levine's got decent pace though, and while they're battling side by side, this might just bring Boyd Hogan back into the picture, who dropped back about half a second here.
Ooh, carrying speed into the corner. The 713 strong on the first half, poor on the second. The 37 of Challenger now has the edge with both the inside and a nose ahead. Is he finally going to get this one done? It's taken a few laps at this point. I don't think Levine's going to give it up.
My apologies, Joe, but Brian McGreevy just had a major off through the infield. He's come back across the track and caused a massive incident. Brian McGreevy in the 68 car now with major damage, and that's our caution.
Wyman and Hunt also involved. Let's look at the replay. They were behind that.
This was coming off the corner. He drifts up into the door of the 171, who bounces off the wall, and he gets sent through the infield, tries to save it here, but then a late bump just sends him to the outside.
Ouch.
Ooh, the 17 of Hutchinson. Man, that's the third incident he's been involved in. This time, definitely not of his own doing.
You know, I thought he was going to have it saved, and then he just hit that one bump. It really upset the car.
Heartbreaking for Hutchinson, who thought he'd avoided it, too.
Looks like Eric Smith has some serious damage on the car, too. Not sure where he was involved in that. McGreevy's definitely going to have to take a spare car because his is smoking. The engine's just toast at this point.
Here's Eric Smith. He lost his front end in this, and we're going to see why right here. Oh.
Yeah, just the wrong place at the wrong time. A lot of the drivers are now pitting. You can see them looking for their stalls. Challenger leading them to it.
I would expect everyone to take 4 tires this time around. It was a long enough run that 2 tires definitely is not going to help. And since that track temperature has not gone down, and we saw how tough that 2-tire call was earlier on, yeah, lots of drivers now. Really,
Levine beat him though. Levine snookered him and beat him to the line. So Challenger returns in second once again. Almost looks like pit stops are his Achilles heel today.
his pit crew isn't really doing him any favors either with a 14.3 second stop, but the one who lost out because of his pit crew was Boyd Hogan with a 15.2 second stop.
Oof. That's going to bring us to another real quick break here on the Global Sim Racing channel. It's been feisty racing here in the second half. Can this continue? Stick around for more of the World 600. Welcome back to Charlotte Motor Speedway. Getting ready for another restart here. This one on lap 233. We've had some big incidents as of late here in the World 600, and I think we might have a few more DNFs depending on if drivers can bang enough on those cars to get them back out. We've already lost Manning, Waring, and Mueller. I see Cody Wyman after that last incident down getting repairs. McGreevy has been stuck in pit lane for a few minutes now. But up at the front, it is Justin Levine, who had a good pit stop to get himself up to take his first restart from P1. What has he got for Christian Challenger? Don't count out Travis Warling. That is a driver who has been sitting back there in the top 5 for much of this race and has been threatening. He could have something at the end as the pace car is in. 7:13 waits a little bit and then gets on the loud pedal. Justin Levine is on his way, and he gets a decent jump over Christian Challenger.
job pulling ahead, whereas Christian Challenger being challenged very hard by Travis Worling, who's going to go to that bottom side and be able to get that move done. Christian might be under threat from Boyd Hogan as well, so Christian looking possibly to back off here. Yep, there goes Boyd down to that bottom side.
Look at him fan out here through 3 and 4. A few different lines from the cars up at the top of the field. Who's going to work out well among them? I'd say Hogan, because he manages to get an overlap with the 37. They come back down into 1 and 2. He might have... No! Oh, he got tight there. Has to back out of it.
Yeah,
we got a wreck behind him. That's Driscoll and the Salami.
Oh, another one.
Bob just couldn't hang on to it. That's
No
major.
caution?
No caution?
Still no caution. Everyone's pulled off at the track who's slow. Bob's going to come back on now. We're still green. And we've got Christian Challenger now battling Justin Levine for second place.
Someone wake up the officials.
We'll come back to the replay in a bit. That was a scare for Rachel Hunt as well, by the way, because she was just coming off of pit lane as that happened. Meanwhile, continuing to follow the leaders, Worling being chased by Challenger, Levine in third. Hogan's dropped off now before he was challenging Levine, but that was not to be. Don't count out Michael Jeans in there. And how about this? Sam Harris still in the mix himself.
We were talking in the break about Sam possibly backing out of it a little bit this run, not putting as much aggression in, and we're seeing that right now. But one person who is putting a lot of aggression in is Justin Levine. He's going to look to the bottom side of Christian Challenger as they go into 3 and 4. Christian on that high side looks like he's going to put up a little bit of a fight. Justin coming up off the bottom lane a little bit, clipped that inside apron, got a little bit tight, but he's able to hang on to it.
Another thing to remember, that caution cooled the track down quite a bit. 87 degrees Fahrenheit now. Of course, we've seen it starts to come back up as the run goes on. Challenger hung out to dry. Look at this. He's going to lose out to Hogan now.
He was looking very loose through the corner.
Hey, that might compound here. Jeans might look to the inside if he can capitalize on it. Not going to be in time, though, Challenger. Going to get to the inside, settle for fourth.
Top 5 starting to get a little bit of a breakaway. Harris not having the pace to keep up with them, despite all the battling that you're seeing. Worling, this is the strongest we've seen him in a while, but again, we've also watched a lot of drivers move to the front and fall back, like the 37 now, who suddenly is going to be overtaken by the 413. And Levine even took a look on Worling for the lead. Fourth place going to change hands. Jeans does get by Christian Challenger.
Yeah, Levine is definitely looking racy right now. He wants to get by Travis Worling as quick as possible. He's going to dive to the inside of 1 and 2. Travis Worling going to take that high line. Well, not really the high line. He's going to take the midline. Ooh, he gets a little bit loose to the corner. Has to catch it. That's going to give Justin Levine, not Adam Levine, Justin Levine the opportunity here as Boyd Hogan looks to the bottom side as well of Travis Worling.
Ooh, big checkup. Not quite.
Oh, very close to the outside wall for the 90, though, using all of the track. Is he going to find himself in the same position as Challenger, just falling backwards and backwards, being off of that low line? No, he is strong. He's holding with it, but now he's boxed in. No place to go. Is up at the front. Levine can pick which side he wants. Hogan holding behind him. Boy, Gene's starting to get a little bit of an overlap on the 90 now as well. And in fact, I think that second place is a lost cause because Worling is now fighting with the 413. Not enough momentum for Jeans on that low side. Could it change up here?
Take a look at this. Michael Jeans just being very strong on the low side, but Travis Worling putting up a stout fight on the high side. But Boyd Hogan definitely putting pressure on Justin Levine. He wants to get by Levine as quickly as Levine wanted to get by Challenger. But look at this. He had to back off through 1 and 2, but still side by side for that third position. Travis Worling and Michael Jeans. Travis got a good run off of the corner that time, and he's going to clear him.
Indeed, that makes it single file for our top 5 once again. In fact, it is single file a long ways back. I don't think we have any side-by-side racing right now. You can see that the laps have now gotten close to being 5/8 of the way through this race. Temperatures already going right back up, nearly 90 degrees. A lot of heat being put into the pavement by these cars, and winds have also picked up. Wonder if that's affecting how loose we're seeing people getting.
And Christian Challenger has actually gone to the bottom side of Michael Jeans for the 4th position. He just made that move happen just on the front stretch there. So as we take a look at our leader, Justin Levine pulling away, Christian Challenger, he fell back for a little bit, but now he's up, moving back up the field.
Oh, we got a caution. And
Marcus Tracy in the infield.
Yep, on the quad oval, and he had a little bit of help. He was trying to go by Jeff Schmeier, who did actually make it out somehow, but I think this starts with Tracy hitting the wall.
Yeah.
Yeah, Marcus Tracy just getting loose through the corner and pushes up. Oh, that is a hard hit to the wall, and nothing that the other car could do.
One more time. This is a thunk.
That's Jeff Schmeier on the outside, just trying to mind his own business, and has the 83 cross up in front of him.
It just looks like it stops turning.
Yeah, not sure what happened there. Just before that caution came out, I was about to mention that behind those top 5, Lionel Kalisto and Matthew Thunhorst for the Route 66 team are suddenly in the mix themselves. And these are 2 former Alliance drivers who really know how to work together, especially in these long oval races. So I kind of wonder, with those 2 together, could that cause a little bit of concern for those who are battling for the lead?
Yeah, and they were catching very quickly towards the end of that run up to the top 5, so they might be pacing themselves and getting ready for a run here. This is lap 246 of 400, so I think it's about to get very interesting here for the lead.
Let's see who comes out first. Gonna be Levine, followed by Hogan, maybe? No, Hogan's falling downwards. Why is Hogan letting everybody by?
He must have gotten a penalty. He must have been told to go to the end of the longest line for speeding in pit lane.
So that means Warling will get out second. Challenger behind him, and Thunhorst in 4th, along with his buddy Kalisto. There's those Route 66 cars. I think we've got a little bit of time. We have that replay, I want to say, from the restart before with the wreck on the backstretch that didn't bring out a caution. I think, yeah, that was Beltrami involved in that. Let's take another look at that. If we can for this one, once we initially watch it, watch from onboard poor Rachel Hunt, who is just coming out after her initial problems getting caught up in that wreck before. There in the background, that was Beltrami, you see, and there's Hunt. Looking for Beltrami here. There he is. Beltrami in the 14, I believe. He's going to make contact with the 51. Oh, he went low all of a sudden. And he's going to make more contact with the kinetic car. Oh, can't believe that. Didn't bring out a caution. That pink and black car, that's Rachel Hunt. We want to see an onboard with her here. Oh, my goodness.
And it just gets worse from there.
She's got to be wondering, what is going on? Just minding her own business, and everybody wrecks in front of her. It's a good thing she was slow, because I think if she was at full tilt, she wouldn't have been able to avoid all that.
Well,
so
now that we're getting back, we're about to go green again. Rachel's actually going to be able to get her lap back and get back on the lead lap now. So her, Jonathan Medeiros, and Adam Halleck, who are all involved in the wreck that brought out the caution before this one, are all going to get back on the lead lap now.
Absolutely. So a little bit of a blessing in disguise for them. This has been a wild one pretty much since about lap 170 or so. Started somewhat calm, and then things have picked up in intensity. Looks like we've lost Michael Morley since we last looked. Cody Wyman has called it a day. He is no longer in the race. Brian McGreevy's out there and 16 laps down, still circulating. Here's our winners and losers this stage in the race. Kalisto up 17, Nichols up 20. Lemon up 16.
Yeah, Nichols just playing his cards right at this point, and he is he's taken less pit stops than the rest of the crew, and that's actually worked out for him. He's 1 pit stop down on our top 7, so he's our first driver with only 7 pit stops.
All right, we're getting ready for the restart. They're actually getting a little bit of chatter from the stewards, reminding them to stay in line. They're not allowed to change lanes before the start-finish line, for our audience that was not aware of the majors rules here. So the stewards are watching. You can be penalized in this series. Maybe not immediately in the race, but post-race penalties are handed out. Big Brother's watching. Meanwhile, the Mustang pace car leads Levine up to the pit entry, lets him free. Levine very good on the throttle compared to the 90 of Warling, and Christian Challoner has a free pass into second place from that one.
Christian Challoner up to second place, and they're still battling side by side between Thunhorst and Warling for that 3rd position. And those cars looking very unstable behind him. That's actually Trevor Clement on the high side, who's getting very loose, as we see the battle still side by side there. Now between Kalisto and Warling, as Warling trapped on that high side. Christian Challoner actually looking a little bit on the high side himself. Oh, that was the 111 of Trevor Clement, who actually almost takes to the road course through the quad oval.
Slow here through turn 1. Let's watch one more time.
He's just loose. Oh, he gets hit.
That looked like he got help. He was loose, but then something turned him.
I believe that's going to be the 41 of Johnny Nichols. But Nichols really had nowhere to go with the 111. The 41 almost saving the 111 there. So Trevor Clement now back down to the 21st position there.
His teammates still chasing first and second. Thunhorst is in third. Kalisto is in fourth. I talked earlier about when is go time. Well, for them, it is this point in the race. They've been just hovering around 9th, 10th, 11th, 12th, those positions, now suddenly into the top 5 and looking strong and in control.
Yeah, and if I'm Christian Challoner, I'm thinking to myself, I think I'm just going to do what I've done the whole race, which is back off a little bit. But that being said, we've gotten cautions every about 30 laps, so Christian might not be inclined to back off and hope for another green flag run here. So if Thunhorst and Kalisto start challenging, he might have to throw a couple of blocks.
Well, if you remember, the other guy really challenging Christian Challoner, one of those guys in the top 3, Hogan, he's at the back right now with that penalty. So really, if you're Hogan, you're trying to make up those positions, but Challoner really maybe hoping for a long run here, get away from Hogan. But now you got Thunhorst and Kalisto.
Yeah, looking a little loose here from all the cars. Thunhorst actually clipping the apron a little bit, getting loose through 3 and 4, and Challoner getting loose through 1 and 2, the same lap. So just a lot of drivers, these cars on these new tires seem to be a little bit misbehaving, as Lionel Kalisto actually walks up the hill behind Thunhorst and loses a lot of time to Michael Jeans behind him. So just a lot of drivers struggling with traction right now.
That's going to split up the top 6 into 2 pairs of 3. Jeans and Warling back there with Lionel Kalisto. And then the top 3 are Levine, Challoner, and Thunhorst. Been a lot of drivers who have been up and down the field, one of which is Bob Beltrami, fact, he was 2 cautions ago. Well, I guess he didn't get the caution before.
Well, I mean, we saw the wreck that happened, and Bob is now up to P13 right now, and is challenging Brian Barnes for the 12th position. I mean, that just shows the benefit of having that one fast repair, and on a long race like this, it really is helpful.
Never give up. It is indeed a long race, and it looks like maybe calming down a little bit. Why don't we take a chance to let you listen into the sounds of NASCAR here on iRacing and turn it up to 11? Challenger tried it last time, but it didn't work. Tried the same thing again, didn't work again, and it might not go well for him because Thunhorst has managed to get the overlap. That slow car we saw, that was McGreevy, who was just trying to get some laps in to make it to 300, get his points.
And they're starting to stack up behind his teammate Lionel Callisto. Michael Jeans and Travis Warland stacked up in behind him. So, yeah, these top 10 positions, well, the top 6 really, you could throw under a blanket. They're all within a second of each other.
But Challenger, now that he's made a few goes at things, is starting to fall back. Or if the 37 is losing the car a little quicker here in these different conditions. Watching from on board, Matt. Horse giving chase.
And I would guess that Christian's actually just trying to keep the car underneath him, and maybe he's noticing that this runs a little bit calmer than the other ones, and he's backing it down a little bit and hoping for a longer green flag run where he could take Justin Levine at his own pace rather than having to challenge him when both of them have their tires going strong. But that being said, being in second, that means Justin Levine's able to pace himself too. So it might be better if Thunhorst starts to challenge Christian again. We might just let him by and hope that Thunhorst is able to battle Justin Levine for the lead. But we know that Thunhorst and Callisto are very experienced here in the major series.
Meanwhile, remember this guy, Ryan Steele? He just took 8th away from Johnny Nichols. And Nichols is actually going to lose another one because here's another driver that's been in a lot of action. Liam Quinn in the 24, back up to 9th position. He sneaks by, and Josh Cully up to 11th. Could he get into the top 10 himself? He's looking around the outside. His Nichols' car just does not have speed here.
I mean, it's so easy to overcook those tires early on and just kind of get stuck there in the position like you see Nichols possibly. I mean, it's nothing really you can do once it happens other than just start saving your stuff then, but then you just kind of get steamrolled by everybody else around you. As you see the Salami trying to get around him here on the high side as well.
Needs to save that free repair for that last incident because that car is looking pretty good with the progress it is slicing through the field. That'll give him 11th.
Yeah, Nichols is
away either. Sorry, go ahead.
Nichols is on the same pace as everybody else, on the same tires, as everybody else, so this might have to do with some of his damage that he has on that car, so if he has a fast repair, he might need to use it if he wants to try and challenge for the lead.
See Hogan coming into the picture here, obviously he was penalized and trying to work his way back up through the field.
So Callisto, who has fallen away from his teammate, has been dealing with pressure from the 413. Michael Jeans, who has shown decent pace and has been hovering around the front runners, but don't think we've seen him lead the race yet. He's going to look to the high side. That could open the door for the 90 of Worley. Oh, he got awful close to the wall. And look at that, Thunhorst. I think he got a piece of the wall or got loose because he's suddenly slow. 3 positions gone. He might even lose one to Sam Harris behind him.
And this was getting loose actually off of the corner. He did not hit the wall, so he managed to save it there. But wow, look at him just trying to save that thing.
I'm going to watch it one more time. Off the turn as we ride on his dash. Ooh, that was very close to the wall, too.
Guys, while I've been watching this replay, I've noticed that Michael Jean's car is getting extremely tight on corner exit as he's trying to battle Lionel Callisto. So this is making it very difficult for him to get a good run onto the backstretch, which makes things very challenging. We're on board with Callisto now as he's looking back at Jeans and Warling, who's chasing him. We're going to see whether Jeans drifts up the track like he has the last couple laps. No, he actually keeps his foot out of it this time, which lets the car rotate a little bit better through the corner. So Gene's finding a new opportunity, finding new ways to control that car as we keep going.
These 3 just stuck together for quite a few laps now to come onto the quad oval. Kind of surprised that Warling hasn't made any moves out of all of this, just watching. They're going to be joined by a 4th because I think Thunhorst, now that he's got control of his car, is regaining what he lost. There you see, that's Little Train in the number 2. With Jeans chasing in the orange car.
Jeans is very close to Lionel Callisto, but Lionel seems like he's been struggling on this track. He hasn't been able to get as much of a grip of it as he would like. Normally we'd see him right tucked in line with Christian Challoner and Justin Levine, but this doesn't seem like it's Lionel's favorite place to race at the moment. Jeans, though, looking like he's starting to get through the center of the corner faster than Callisto, and he might challenge him into 3 and 4 here.
He's got a nose down in there. 2's got to give way. Doesn't chop him off. He's forced shallow as Callisto washes up high a little bit. And I think the 413 could complete this, but he's being made to work for it. Is that understeery car going to hurt him, or has he got it sussed out at this point? Oh, a boost of speed there mid-corner. Oh, but he starts to wash up once again. Big lift, and the 90 is going to get a shot out of this.
There goes Travis Warling around the outside. Michael Jean's coming back on the bottom side, but is he going to be able to hold it to the bottom side this time? Yes, he is. So Travis Warling and Michael Jeans are going to go side by side as they cross the line. It's going to be Travis Warling. That time by is going to stick it out in that 4th position, and they get very close on the entry of 1 and 2. Warling, though, getting a little loose on entry, now backs it off a little bit. This gives an opportunity to Thunhorst, who's looking on the back of the 90 with the 98, unable to do anything with it.
Scary stuff for them. Oh, and Challoner's going for the lead. I thought Levine was well clear of him, but somehow we missed that Challoner has reeled him back in, and he's to the inside. They come across the line with Justin leading this lap. Can he fend him off? Tries to take it deep into the corner and actually carries a lot of speed. The 37 struggling to complete the pass and is lacking the momentum down the backstretch. Does he get back in line? Does he keep trying? He's going to keep trying, but he gets chopped off as Levine retains that top spot.
Levine is very loose. This all got started with Levine getting very loose off of 1 and 2 the lap previous, and that actually is what caused this moment to happen. Levine's car getting extremely loose here later in this run, whereas Christian Challoner's looks like it's starting to snug up a little bit down on there on the bottom side. Christian, both of them get really hard off the corner now.
Levine did a great job there on that top side to get that run and just run away from him on the second half of that turn. Great stuff.
Impressive defense from the 713. I did not think he would be this important of a player in the win, as we're now getting into the later stages of this race. And who would have thought that he could hold off an incredibly powerful Christian Challoner in this one. As they're battling, they're still pulling away from those behind. Second down through 6 have not gained on them. That's led by Kalisto with Jeans, Warling, and Thunhorst pulling in behind them.
Yeah, we're now crossing the 30 lap mark on these tires, so this is when these drivers are going to start to hit the cliff. They're doing 30.7s now. They're going to start to be turning slower laps about every lap now up until we get to about lap 40 when they settle out at about 31.1s or 31 flats. So watch to see the cliff happen and who's going to hit it first.
Oof, man, Jeans got so close to the back of the 2. Kalisto, though, did not make contact, and they keep going. That would have been disastrous that fast into 3 and 4.
Yeah, and that's really easy to do when Kalisto, if he's just backing it up a little bit earlier on than Jeans, driving it in a little bit deeper. I think that's what's going on.
Could be. One thing I'm wondering too, Dawson, is I keep watching that temperature, and every time we get a green flag run, it keeps hovering at about 90 degrees Fahrenheit. It's not going down like we thought. So I wonder if those who did set up for those early conditions actually are shining still.
Yeah, it's been weird. You know, I was really expecting when that sun went down for things to cool off, but I think the heat that we started with on top of the cars just kind of going around and getting these longer runs is kind of kept the heat in it, and it hasn't escaped. So maybe later on here in this last 100 laps, we might see it cool off for some of those guys, but I'm starting to think the guys that made those hotter track cars might have a little bit of an edge here.
He's got himself a run, but he's not been able to get fully by, as Kalisto now tries the high side to fend him back. Oh, and I saw the 90. Oh, the 413 gets shaky too. They all somehow get out the other side. I don't know how. Thunhorst is going to lose a position because of it. The 42 of Sam Harris gains up to 5th spot. 6th spot, rather.
That's going to ruin any sort of chance that anyone has, but wow, that was rough. That was Kalisto, I believe, getting very, very loose, clipping the apron through 1 and 2. We're going to see it here as down on the bottom side. It was not Kalisto, rather, it was Michael Jeans getting loose down on the bottom side.
Yeah, Jeans got loose just at the same time. The 90 also starts to get a little shaky, it looked like. And then everything suddenly came together. Everybody has to whoa up. Meanwhile, unfortunately, we couldn't get the replay as Christian's going to have another try at things. Didn't work last time. What can he do this time different?
Well, he could try it on the outside, which he's going to do now. The car getting a little bit tight on the exit, though. He's got a decent run, but Justin Levine is not willing to give up that lead spot. And Christian, if he wants this lead, he's going to have to fight for it with everything he has now, as we see some drivers are already starting to hit pit lane, even though we're only 35 laps into this run. Some of the drivers did wait for a while, so we're going to get back to that in a moment. But Christian Challoner really fighting on that high side. He might give the spot up to Justin Levine, maybe try an over-under here. Being very loose on exit.
Holds on to lead. Challoner
They're
finding
3 wide
one.
for 3rd place behind them, though. 4th place, rather, with Travis Warling, Samuel Harris, and Michael Jeans. These guys almost came together entering 3 and 4.
If we get a caution, I have a feeling it's going to come from here. And there's a few drivers that could really use it right now. Those who did not pit to get their lap back are running out of time.
But Joe, look who's on the back of this train. It's Boyd Hogan up from his penalty, now up to the 8th position, and he's up there. He could claw his way up to 4th by battling it out with these guys.
Being forced up to the high side, Jeans could not duck down low because Thunhorst takes the line away from him. This gives some breathing space to Harris and Warling now. And then Boyd, just has to back out of it on entry to keep out of the 98.
Dragging us around, but Justin Levine just got loose through the corner behind Eric Smith, a lap car, and Christian Challoner now challenging for the lead once again, this time on the low side.
To come off the corner, a little bit of a better exit for the 713. Boy, he does not want to give up this track position. as Challoner's been trying his darndest to get up to the lead, but nothing has been sticking. Still side by side out of 1 and 2 onto the backstretch. A little bit of an advantage still to Levine, but a shorter line down on the bottom side for the 37. It's also shallower, tighter with these worn tires. That's not working out for Christian Challoner. And back up front, Justin Levine denies him for the 3rd time.
Levine's getting looser as the run goes on. Christian Challoner's getting tighter, which makes trying to pass somebody very difficult for Justin Levine. Trying to lead very difficult because of the way that the aerodynamics works. He's got a ton of air on that front end, and as you get looser throughout the run, the back end continues to want to rotate around, and that can actually cause issues with being in that clean air.
And we have not seen this all night. It seems like anytime Challoner wanted to get to that lead, he was able to do it. We all thought that he was just kind of sitting back there waiting. But Levine has shown impressive pace here, and maybe an adjustment on the pit stop or something has made that car come alive and really taken the battle right to Christian Challoner.
Behind them, a little bit of side-by-side action. You can see flashes of Harris along with Hogan. Both of them have been working their way through the 4 that were making up the battle before, but now they've split them. Hogan sent it in deep into 3 and 4. Doesn't have as good of a run off. The 42 looking maybe for an over-under of sorts, but it's not quite there. Ahead of them, that's the 90 of Travis Warling. And he looks a little bit slow compared to these two.
Yeah, Boyd must have saved his stuff for sure, because he's clawed his way through the field very quickly, much like Christian did back when he lost out in the green flag pit stops. But look at Boyd just send it into the corner. This might give an opportunity for the over-under for the 90, but the 90's not going to have time to get there before Boyd closes the door. So 90 going to have to look to the outside, unable to do so. Here comes Daniel Harris to the inside of the 90, trying to take away that 5th position.
Hogan's making it look easy, to be honest. I think all those who were fighting so hard have just used up the rubber on those cars. Because Thunhorse, Jeans, Warling, we've seen they've got no answer for these two who just breezed by.
Challoner again, Joe. Challoner again on Justin Levine for the lead. He backed off a little bit through 1 and 2, giving himself an opportunity to get a really good tow. But now they have Marcus Tracy, who's a lapped car, who's up ahead of them. This could cause a real complication for these guys when they get there.
Side by side down the backstretch, Marcus Tracy.
Ryan
He's going to pull all the way off. Yep, Steele's in the grass. The 12 is low. He's off the racing line. No caution from this. The side-by-side action continues for the lead. Challoner still doesn't have it, but he's also on the inside.
Very close fighting as we're on board with Justin Levine as he's trying to hold it on that high side. I haven't seen the high side be this efficient around Charlotte in a very long time. Christian Challoner trying to make it work on the bottom side. Justin Levine holding strong on that high side. Look at that run he gets out the corner. Christian Challoner starting to give it a little bit more goose as he goes through the corners now, getting a little bit looser on the throttle. I think he's had about enough of Justin Levine. He's trying to get the job done, but the car's just too tight. He can't close the door.
Still working with it. The 713 is a mighty driver today as Levine holds tight around the outside. He starts to lose touch, and will he shut the door on him? Yes, Challoner finally gets it. Many times of trying, finally produces results, but can he run away?
When that last time, it looked like Levine's car really pushed on him. Every other time, that car looked really solid on that high side. That one time, maybe just not hitting that corner right, getting a little too high up. Boy, Challoner's starting to walk away here.
Another driver I've been keeping my eye on is Boyd Hogan, who's up to that 4th position, and he's been climbing up to the back of Lionel Callisto faster than anybody has managed this entire stint. Boyd Hogan now up to the back of Lionel Callisto, and he's probably going to have an opportunity when they go back down onto the back straight.
We watch these two. See what the exit looks like for Hogan. It's decent. I don't think he's quite gaining enough, though. He's not going to get an overlap, but he sends it deep into the corner, not anticipating the worn tires of the number 2. Just manages to avoid running into the back of him.
Hogan's now looking to the bottom side saying, you better give me this one or you're going to go up to the high side whether you like it or not. And so Hogan down to the bottom as Lionel Kalisto is going to try and fight back on the high side, but Lionel getting a little bit tight off the corner. Boyd not quite clear, but he'll be clear once he enters 3 and 4 as he sends it deep once again.
All right, your gap between Hogan and second place is we got a lapped car that's got fresh tires coming through.
Sorry, Joe, that always surprises me when we have the lap cars come through with fresh tires because they are 2 seconds a lap faster.
I was going to say Hogan up to Levine, 3.9 seconds right now. Remember that gap on lap 296 here. See if he's quicker than these top 2 now that he's got fresh air. Got another one coming through. Teammate there. And Tilly. And just behind them, looks like Kalisto going to be overtaken by Harris as well.
So Harris now down to the bottom side, and he's going to get the job done. Kalisto's tires have given up the ghost. Samuel Harris saved his stuff a little bit more. Kalisto looks like he might try to come back at Harris here. Nope, he's going to stay in line. He knows he doesn't really have the stuff for it right now. Harris actually going to stay on that high side a little bit. Going to try and late apex this 3 and 4, which is going to work out for him. Give him a nice shot off the corner to catch back up to Boyd Hogan.
Majority of the field, 51 and 52 laps on this stint. So we're getting close to the point where we could see a few drivers maybe try to come in and take an early stop. Some who I mentioned earlier stayed out on the last caution have to come in, and one of them is Rachel Hunt, who has managed to stay on the lead lap until now. She's got to give it up. So it looks like she's got to hope for a caution at the right time. Certainly not now, though.
Yeah, and Dawson, I think this is the longest we've seen Boyd Hogan go on a green flag run on tires. He's now up to lap 53 on that set.
Yeah, and it's pretty interesting because he started this run at the back of the pack. You would think he'd burn his stuff up as he drove through the pack, but obviously he's done a great job to really manage these tires, take care of them, and it's going to be really important for him to go as long as he can. Looking at where we're at here, it looks like it's going to have to be a 2-stop from here either way. I don't think they're going to be able to stretch it and make it on one, but we'll see how the various strategies kind of come in here, if guys are planning on there being a yellow or if they think this is going to go green to the end.
It's like Bob Beltrami also pits. This looks like a scheduled stop. The 14 hits a stall. Again, this puts our drivers who pit now susceptible to a caution.
And Boyd Hogan's in.
There you go. You were talking about how long his stint was compared to before. On the Horst follows and Jeans. Oh, wow. A lot of people. Look at this. It's a train coming in.
Guess everyone has figured that 55 laps is the exact right time to come into the pits. Interestingly enough, I'm more with Christian Challoner now that I've seen him pull it off with the 61 or 62 lap stint. So as he continues around, these guys coming into pit lane, remember though, they're going to be on older tires than the drivers ahead, so they're going to have to make quick work of the field as they go back. Look at this. That is Liam Quinn coming into pit lane, Matthew Fenhorst coming back out, and Boyd Hogan will lead them all off.
You consider it though, they go 55 more laps from here. That's about splitting it perfectly in half. So if it stays green, that's not too bad of a strategy.
Yeah, but do you really want to end the final stint on the last legs of your tires? That's definitely going to be a disadvantage, especially if we get any late cautions.
True. This is very true.
Now, if somebody really wants to roll the dice, and I don't think that's Christian Challoner knowing how good his car is, do you stretch it here, stretch it a whole 70 or a whole fuel run, and then go 2 tires?
Like the way you think.
I wouldn't do it. I wouldn't recommend doing it, but maybe if you're crazy enough.
This is why I don't win races, especially on the oval side. So we got a number of pitters. Let's see, who is the highest of that group? I think it's Hogan. Yeah, Hogan has returned of the highest of those who have taken this sequence of stops.
Yeah, he's in P13 as he P10 as he
10,
crosses,
yeah.
and he is about a lap and a half off of Christian Challenger. He's tucked in behind Lionel Callisto in fourth.
A lap and a half, that is about the pit delta, where if Christian Challenger would pit right now, he would come out right about next to him. So any longer that he stays out is potentially track position that he will lose.
Levine pits. Levine, who was fighting with Christian for so long in this race, is pitted before him. So will Christian respond?
And the other thing
He does.
Yeah. Good call by Challenger here.
Yeah, he's got to come in at this point, because the other thing that a factor we did not talk about was the fact that Christian was fighting, like you said, with Levine for so long. That took a lot more out of his tires than when he's had any other stint. So he has to come in earlier than he probably wanted to for these tires.
Driver to stay out is Lionel Callisto. He and Wade Hayes have yet to pit. Hutchison needs to come in still. So this Callisto's going to lead, and he's not coming in this time. Looks like Clement will also, his teammate, staying out. This looks like team strategy between them.
They definitely have something in mind, and they're going to stick to the plan.
Hutchison continues on.
Callisto goes around Challenger. Hogan, he's going to be past Challenger.
Yeah, Hogan is effectively the leader.
And Challenger comes back out in 7th position, as he did the last time he did green flag stops.
Ahead of Levine, too, importantly. So he's retained that ahead of the driver who's challenged him the best here late in the race.
And the guy who's closest to him on the track, they pit basically next to each other. And again, Challenger going to smash that pit stop and make it perfect. Threading the needle 3 wide, right around those unorthodox drivers. Great driving from Challenger.
Yeah, I'm sure Warling was thinking to himself, do I box him in? Do I box him in here with my teammate? And thought better of it, but it's probably a good thing. But look at Challenger's pace. Here he goes. He's already in 6th. He's already going to the bottom of Michael Jeans, who's holding strong on the high side. But Challenger's just got those fresher tires by 1 or 2 laps, and it makes the difference.
5 laps difference between the 413 and the 37. That's just enough, and I think Jeans also knows that that's a very fast driver there. Really no point. That's not his fight right now. Let him go. Run your race, because we've got a quarter of the race left here currently. Next up for Challenger is Hogan, and it's about 1.3 seconds up there.
Do you guys expect that Hogan's going to let him by easy?
I don't think so. Yeah, I think this is going to be a fun little battle.
I mean, unless Challenger's got that much better tires and just comes flying up to him, which I don't think he's gonna.
Well, it is 5 laps difference between those two as well, Hogan and Challenger. So, that's exactly what we saw with the 413. Meanwhile, we're still waiting on 3 cars to pit: Callisto, Clement, and Hutchison. Remember, you asked your question about who rolls the dice. I get the feeling that that's what these 3 are doing.
Yeah, and if a caution would come out right now, they'd be sitting really well. But again, you need that caution to come out now with all these faster cars. We've seen the chaos that it can create. So I think this is a good idea, especially for someone like Clement or Hutchinson.
Boy, oh, this is awful tight here. That's Hogan on the inside of Kuhn, who he's lapping right now.
Christian Challenger behind is getting squeezed by Rachel Hunt and by Liam Quinn, and he's actually now got Justin Levine very quick coming up his inside. They're 3 wide as they go down the back
4
stretch,
wide
with Rachel Hunt on the outside, 4 wide as they go past another lap car. But Christian Challenger able to hold that position, putting Justin Levine behind him. He's now got Johnny Nichols and Boyd Hogan ahead of him.
think that was Kuhn trying to give way and let everybody by since he knew he was being lapped. It actually worked out pretty decently in the end. But Challenger is now 3/10 behind the 897.
Nichols got very loose exiting the corner. So as we come back onto the backstretch, Christian Challenger getting to his inside. Now they've got more lap traffic up ahead. That is Boyd Hogan and Wade Hutchinson. Look at this. Wade Hutchinson coming into the pits now. So that actually stresses out Christian Challenger. And Christian's going to go to the bottom side of Boyd Hogan as they go across the line. They might go 3 wide into 1 and 2.
Meyer, and is he going to cause a problem? He lets him through. A little bit of a drift from the 37, catches the car so that he doesn't door Hogan.
This is
They're
for
going to be
provisional
side
lead.
by side, though.
This is for the lead if Lionel Kalisto pits. Lionel Kalisto pits. This is the battle for the lead now between Christian Challenger, Boyd Hogan, and Justin Levine. Justin Levine down to the bottom side. Boyd Hogan on the high side. Boyd's going to have to back out of it.
Hogan's early stops just not working out in the long run for him. As Challenger back up to the front and with track position over Levine. Warling is back in 4th place. We haven't been watching that. Actually, Warling is having a lot of trouble with lap traffic right now. He is being cost a bunch of time. That's Schmeier that he's going by, and then Rachel Hunt, unfortunately, really had no place to go to let him by.
So Rachel Hunt moves up to the high side now. Travis Warling down to the bottom side. I'm sure he's displeased with how he's being treated by the traffic at this moment.
Yeah, they were instructed to let leaders through when they get to within 1 second. To take up to the high side and let them by. But again, Rachel kind of was dealing with lap traffic of her own, so where do you put the car? We actually have, looks like 14 cars left on the lead lap, if I'm seeing correctly. So Kalisto and Steele.
Yeah, Kalisto and Steele are about to get passed by, oh boy, Christian Challenger and Justin Levine. Christian Challenger had to back off. Justin Levine now to the high side as they go into 3 and 4. Justin Levine tried to power it through, but Christian Challenger just going to use up a little bit of that rubber and power it down on the bottom side and regain that position. But Lionel Kalisto about to get lapped by Christian Challenger after leading for a good 20 laps.
Great heads up by everybody to read that situation. I think Kalisto's going to scamper away because he's on fresher tires by about 10 laps, 9 or 10 laps here. Yeah, he's easily got pace on them right now since he went long. Be curious to watch the number 2 to see what he can do with these fresh tires now. Sorry, go ahead, Dawson.
Yeah, no, it just looked like he washed up the track there a little in 3 and 4, maybe not. But yeah, no, I was expecting Kalisto to kind of really run away from these guys, but it doesn't look like he's doing it as much as I was hoping.
Challenger's starting to develop a gap on Levine, who's starting to fall back a little bit, but the one who's fallen back the most is Boyd Hogan, who pitted about 2 laps before these guys. He's fallen back 2 seconds of these top 2, and then it's another 2 seconds back to Travis Warling and another 2 seconds back to Michael Jean. So the top 10 really have spread out quite a bit.
Been quite a while since our last caution as well. And they've done a good job holding things down here. We have lost Eddie Hawks. We haven't mentioned that. He is our latest retiree. 29 cars still running. Brian McGreevy still holding up the tail of that train. It's been an interesting way that the race has developed so far. From calmness to a lot of excitement to a little chaos, and now a bunch of intensity here at the end, and some intrigue with the strategy as well.
So Lionel Kalisto has managed to turn on his tires finally, as he's making his way back up towards the front of the pack, going past Brian Strodbeck now, crossing the start-finish line now, whereas the leader's crossing the start-finish line now, so he's still about three-quarters of a lap behind, and I don't think you can make up all of that time just on the tires alone, so he's got a long way to go to get to the end of this race.
He's making up positions, though. He's up to 10th now. He was in 12th before. Cully's a ways ahead. It's about 13 seconds to the next car. That's half a lap that he's got to make up. And good news for Kalisto is that Cully's on much older tires. So that time will supposedly start coming downwards. But you never know.
We have a decent battle forming up for the 5th position with Michael Jeans and Samuel Harris. Samuel Harris starting to close up onto the back of Michael Jeans. Samuel hitting 5 laps later than Michael as we're riding on board with Michael Jeans looking back at Samuel Harris.
Harris showing good pace today. One of those drivers that began in the back and has just been moving upwards and upwards from 20th to currently 6th and now hoping for a top 5. He's given the inside by the 413. Jean's not gonna battle with him too hard. Lets him through. They do have some traffic in front of them. That's the 35 of Antilli on very old tires. It's not for position, but they've cleared it and are now single file, so it should be easier to get by that 35 machine.
Yeah, and we're almost halfway through what would be this hypothetical tire stint for the guys that pit right around lap 300. They would be, again, pitting at lap 350 if they decide to cut it in half. So already halfway through.
That's what makes me wonder if we've got some people who are trying to work this backwards.
My thought is, Joe, look at Christian Challoner up there with the lead, with a significant lead over Justin Levine now of over a second. Christian waited till the last moment to pit both of the times in the green flag pit stops and came away with decent leads because of it. So part of me is thinking, like, yes, I think that mathematically it makes sense to try and split these runs up in even chunks, but at the same time, you're looking at a guy. Yes, Christian's really good, but at the same time, a lot of it has to do with just the tire life on him.
Yeah, I think that in Christian's case here, you know, other than Levine, he's got that lead. And if he's able to get a second lead, I mean, he's got a 5-second lead back to the rest of the field. So he knows that it's probably more important to have those fresher tires than necessarily that mathematically. You see a big slide from that red car of Levine right behind him. So I think he's just kind of reacting to everybody else. Oh, Levine comes in, then I come in, so, because he knows he really can't be hurt as long as he's in the lead.
And when you have that track position, you help control and determine the strategy in a way. You're just having to react and do whatever. So as our leader, who I think I need to check the stats. I'm pretty sure he's led the most laps of this race so far. 37 has been the one to beat. Levine, though, he's only 7/10 behind. He's not falling off. So this 7:13, I mean, some lap traffic, a caution, something weird going on with the strategy. Anything could still bring this back to where it could be a battle for the win in the final few laps. There is some times between them.
And I agree with you, Joe, but at the same time, looking at Justin Levine driving the car, he is tight on entry, loose on exit. That's going to be a really tough recipe to try and sort out as we get further on this run. Unless he starts working on sorting that out now, he's going to run out of right front tire, which will make him slow through the center of the corner as we get further and further onto this run, and that might drop him back into the clutches even of Boyd Hogan as we get further on this run. And so Justin Levine, if he can't sort out, well, now he looked a little bit loose entering that corner, but if he can't sort out the issues with how the car's handling, he might be falling back further a Christian Levine.
And Kalisto is going to get another position here. Lionel going by Bob Beltrami on those 16-lap-old tires. The number 2 is got quite a bit of pace here, being the one who went the absolute longest of everybody. Cully now only 4 seconds ahead of him. Remember, that was 7 seconds not long ago.
Yeah, and Lionel Kalisto did go the longest of everybody, but he might have gone a little bit too long because remember that he made that restart. He was about 5 laps into that restart. He was in the 5th position, and now once after he filters through all the pit stops, he did lead for a while, but now he's back in 9th position, and he's got about doing math on the broadcast is never good. He's got about 15 seconds up to 5th position still to go, so he might have stayed out a little bit too long.
Yeah, I think I'm in agreement with you on that one. It could be just that he's trying something different. They saw what the leaders were doing, knew that they really weren't going to be able to do the same. So that Route 66 car is coming across the line. We are actually to about half an hour to go if we stay green all the way to the end here. These drivers, we haven't talked about it yet. How much is the fatigue working on them, especially with this being one of the longest green flag runs we've had yet?
Boy,
Yeah,
Chris and Shallon are doing a great job here, though. I mean, even if with that fatigue or whatever, he's increasing his lead on Levine, Hogan, basically the rest of the field here. That lead now from Levine up to 2 seconds and climbing pretty rapidly.
That's Christian Counter going to the bottom of Rob Gall, who's in 12th position. Lionel Kalisto only 8.4 seconds up the road. Remember that Lionel was leading for a while, so if Christian can get up to him and lap him, that would be a significant loss for Lionel Kalisto. But Christian Challenger almost has put everyone except for the top 10 a lap down.
If you want a hard charger for the race, at this point, it's Josh Cully, 33rd on the grid, up to 8th right now. And here's the amazing thing about that. He's taken more pit stops than any other driver in this race, 11, compared to most everybody else being on 8 and 9.
This goes to show you the value of fresh tires. Josh Coley has had more of them than anybody else and has still managed to get track position. So a lot of folks like me, I'm one of the people who likes to say that, you know, maybe it's a good time to stay out. But Josh Coley proving the benefit of just grabbing a set of tires and plowing through the field.
I think Driscoll's starting to catch up to Jeans right now for 6th place. In fact, they're dealing with quite a bit of traffic. I think that's Schmeier, yeah, on fresh rubber, trying to get laps back here. In fact, I believe everybody who's in the race now, yes, indeed, everybody who is currently in the race will score points.
So Michael Jean's about to get passed by Steve Driscoll for the 6th position. Steve has been gaining on him the last couple laps, like you said, and Steve Driscoll now is going to look to the inside as we exit 3 and 4. He's going to look to that bottom side as we cross the line. He's there underneath the 413 car, the 51 car of Steve Driscoll. He's going to complete that pass as we go through 1 and 2.
Down into P6 for the number 51. It's 4 seconds ahead of the next car, and that's Sam Harris, who's actually on fresher rubber himself. Not sure that he's going to be able to get to that number 42 machine, who's himself has looked quite good tonight with a lot of speed. I think we're going to get another position soon for Lionel Kalisto, because that gap to Cully is down to less than a second now.
Just clawing his way forward, probably at this point, maybe hoping for a caution, just to try and bring himself back closer to the leaders. He has an opportunity, if we get another caution, to try and take the lead away, but Lionel Kalisto in that 2 car doing a good job.
Now, a little bit farther down, we got a battle between Steele and Hunt. And this is for 17th. Both of them are a lap down.
Oh no!
And coming together. Can he catch it? No. Hayes is into the outside wall. He brings it down low. No caution right now. And he keeps it out on track. I thought he would duck into pit lane.
That was very, very close to a massive incident right now. I mean, for Haynes, it was a massive incident. We're going to take a look here as Rachel Hunt goes to the bottom side. Haynes does not expect for Steele to be gaining that quickly and comes right back down to the apex. And Steele's there, and they make contact, and Steele unable to save it as he clips the apron. That was very close for the, I believe so, yes.
41 oh, nope, we're going back live. Excuse me. Yeah, that was the 41 of Nichols who snuck through. Can't believe that the third. Yeah, okay. Looks like he's fitting this time. Kalisto finally to the back of Cully. They go underneath Brian McGreevy.
Now, the reason why Kalisto's gaining so quickly is that Josh Coley's tires are 42 laps old. Kalisto's are only 28 laps old, so this should be a fairly open and shut pass for Kalisto, even after being this long in the run. Coley's going to give it a shot and try and challenge them.
Yeah, Coley was one of the earlier pitters. I think one of the earliest pitters in that last sequence. And easy pickings for the number 2. That's up to 8th now. Remember, he came back from his pit stop in 12th, 4 positions up. Gene's ahead of him is another one on 42-lap old tires, about 3 seconds up the road.
Yeah, and I wonder if Kalisto has burned off his tires a little too much. I know his time to Challenger has dropped off a little bit. I was kind of hoping that Kalisto would have enough tires to be able to do what he did last time and stay out longer and maybe wait for that caution to come out and really capitalize on it. If he's able to stay out while everybody else pits and gets that caution, he's in great shape. But I don't know, we'll have to see. That's an opportunity that he has to do that probably nobody else does with how long he has stayed out on those tires.
Yeah, but unfortunately, Dawson, we're going to take a look at this lap comparison, and it is not looking good for Lionel Kalisto. It was actually Christian Challenger who had the faster lap the last time around with a 30.793 versus Kalisto's 30.956. So almost 2/10 in Challenger's favor out front with the clean air.
Yeah, and Challenger on much older tires too, so very impressive.
Good news for Kalisto is that he's got about half a lap, almost half a lap over him at this point. So he does have the spread. He does have the safety of keeping from being lapped for the time being. Challenger, as we watch him, has stretched ahead of Justin Levine. It is now 3 seconds back to that 7:13, putting him in his place.
Yeah, not so long ago, we saw Levine and Challenger battling hard, and I mean, I thought Levine had just as good as a car as Challenger, but Challenger really showing once he got out into that clean air that he's got the superior car right now. It's really important. Levine, he's going to need a caution or something maybe to get this restacked. I don't see him really catching Challenger. Now he's got a chance. Maybe he does an undercut here. We're only 2 laps away from that 350 mark, which would be cutting it in half if you decide to go. So expect some pit stops here within the next couple laps.
Well, there's pit stops right now because Beltrami was the first to blink, and that should be the last of his that he will need to get to the end. That's if we stay green. If we get a caution, of course, that'll change everything.
Sorry, that was the 68 of Brian McGreevy going very high through the corner and scraping the wall as we take a look at the 713. Making his way by us, Justin Levine in second position, 3 seconds behind our leader, Christian Challenger.
Strad back in now. The 171 decides that this is where he gets off and is able to make it to the checkered flag, hopefully from here. The Dog Bear driver taking all 4 and on his way. So I think he was a lap down. Who of the lead lap cars will be coming in? That's the big question.
And I'll be honest, Joe, I think it's a little bit too early to come into the pit lane. Right now, we're looking at 45-lap old tires for these drivers on the lead lap, and they are 2 seconds off pace. So coming in now means you're going to finish the lap with 10-lap older tires than this. Well, 5-lap older tires than this, so expect to be 2 laps off pace at that point. So I think if you can run this stint to the longest you can go, you're going to have great pace for the final stint.
Checking to see if anybody else in Tilly, another lap down car, pits from here. I also see Rob all in.
Is coming in as well, so a couple of our drivers further back in the pack are starting.
Cully.
Trevor Clements around. Trevor Clements parked on the infield on the backstretch.
He gets his car going. No caution.
Oh, this looks like an equipment failure.
Oh. And he wasn't doing too bad. It's a shame that this has happened so late in the race. Oh, we got another front runner in, Sam Harris. Sam Harris pits with just shy of 50 laps to go. Also see Barnes out.
It's looking better on strategy. Like I said, the further you're going to go, the more life you're going to have in the tires, but the less time you're going to have to catch everybody. So it really is, you got to weigh the two options. What's more important, good tires at the end?
Driscoll and Jeans. Driscoll and Jeans have just come in, and actually Jeans was very hot into there. He barely got it woed up in time, if he did. Sorry about that.
No, I think it's very relevant to see who's coming in at this point, because, like I said, you're going to have to weigh whether or not new tires are more important at the end of the race or track position.
And we know that Driscoll can be pretty fast when he wants to be. Although he has kind of fallen away late in the race, he's going to get out ahead of Jeans, where same order they came in.
All right, guys, our leaders have broken the 31-second barrier, so they're going pretty much as slow as they're going to go this race. So this is with 49-lap old tires, so this will be what these drivers who just pitted are going to experience at the end of the race, as far as pace.
And Harris came out way ahead of Colleen.
Oh, Christian's in! Christian Challoner's in!
Interesting. So he's going to beat Levine to the punch.
And Hogan is going to stay out.
Levine did as well. Warlane is pitting.
I was really expecting Challoner to be reactionary and just kind of wait, but
this is interesting because this goes against the strategy that's worked for him the rest of the day. But I guess 45-lap old tires, he must have been doing the math on the time.
Oh, what a caution!
Oh, the caution!
Oh,
Caution's
boy.
out.
It is. I'm trying to find it.
Front stretch, maybe?
Well,
Is it Brian?
I think Christian just got out before Justin Levine passed him. We're going to see whether or not he's going to stay on the lead lap.
Trying to figure out what triggered this.
And yes, Christian Challoner will remain on the lead lap.
I'm not finding what caused this. I'm looking very hard to see.
I mean, Beltrami's got some front damage, and last I remember that car was clean. But my replay does not go back. It blinks out.
I'm finding where the caution came out here. Oh, it was Steve Driscoll, the 51. He had contact with Jeans out of turn 4.
Yeah, this
Looks
was...
like we might need to back it up a little here.
Yeah, Jeans and Driscoll got together. It was just a right rear bump, and they both came out of it clean.
One car. Oh, and ducking down low, the 111 barely avoiding the incident.
Here we go, watch it right now. They're going to go into the corner. Oh, Jeans got loose. Jeans got loose on the low side.
Good save there from Driscoll. Keep it off the wall.
Well, this timing actually worked out to perfection from Challoner because he stayed on the lead lap. Levine had to pit. He's actually just come out and is right behind him. He does have 2 lap fresher tires than Challoner. And am I seeing? Oh, wow. Kalisto, perhaps the luckiest driver of the day, is going to wind up 4th because he was able to come in for fresh tires, and now he is on the same strategy as those around him.
Oh boy. What an amazing group of drivers we have at the lead of this field. It's going to be Christian Challenger, Justin Levine, Boyd Hogan, Lionel Kalisto, and Johnny Nichols, our top 5. What a battle that's going to be to the end.
And oh, go ahead.
Go ahead.
I was going to say, here's some interesting stats for you. Challenger, current reigning European region champion. Kalisto, former America's champion. And Travis Warling, current reigning America's champion. That's in the top 6 right there. That tells you the level of drivers we've got here.
Yeah, and we're going to see a bunch more people get their lap back here through the waiver round, but they're going to be on older tires than these top 5, top 6. So it's really going to be watching those top 5, top 6, the guys with the fresh rubber. They're going to be the real people to watch out for.
The only one I can't figure out is the number 17. Hutchison, I think, is back on the lead lap here, but he's not pit, and he's on 44-lap-old tires. He can't get to the end from here. So what is he up
but
to?
I think he's got to stay out, get that lap, and hope for a quick caution. Because I think if he pits here, he's in trouble.
And he'll pit after a couple of laps if nothing happens. But yeah, Wayne's trying to get some track position back here. And if he can run, even if he loses like 5 or 6 positions, if he can run, 8 or 9 laps and everyone comes back in for tires, this will be a great opportunity for him.
Got some information for our charity. We mentioned it earlier for the Home for Our Troops. Homes for Our Troops. Not only did they raise the $90, but apparently one of the teams just made a matching donation of 90 more, so it's $180 now for Homes for Our Troops. That was from Daniel Jackson, who made that matching donation. Big thank you to Daniel for doing that.
That's awesome.
Great stuff. Again, if you want to yourself try and donate or get involved, we have a link in the description below. It is hfotusa.org if you want to see what you can do for many of our post-9/11 veterans to get themselves a home. And the pace car lights are out, so Challenger and Levine going to be restarting. Challenger, are those 2-lap older tires? Well, those weren't under pace, though, so these tires are effectively even, are they not?
Yes. Challenger never was racing under a green flag.
Fascinating. And that car you saw sliding into place, that was Nichols in the 41. I think just trying to get his car into position. Locked him up a little bit there. Thankfully, we don't have flat spots. At least thankfully for him, we don't have flat spots yet in iRacing, so he should be okay.
And Joe, only the top 5 are going to line up ahead of the lap down cars. So it's going to be between these top 5 for the rest of this race unless we get another quick caution.
Oh boy, yeah, 10 on the lead lap. Michael Jean's the last of them here today. As the pace car peels off, Challenger has control. He stacks him up a little bit and then goes. That gives him a huge jump, actually. One of the biggest we've seen all night.
By far the biggest change we've seen is Boyd Hogan down on the low side. He's going to power it through 1 and 2. Look at this. Justin Levine slow on the high side. Lionel Kalisto has to get out of his line because of how slow he was, but he's now coming back on Johnny Nichols there, who came from 5th, now up to 3rd on the bottom side. That 41 car going well here at the end.
How about Johnny Nichols? Who would have thought he'd be up in 3rd, battling with the big dogs here at the end? And I know he had some pace, but didn't seem like he was going to be in a position here at the end, and now making the most of it.
Absolutely. Behind him, though, he's got the threat of Lionel Kalisto, who looked fast. He just went underneath Levine to take that 4th place away. Up at the front, though, Christian Challenger is the one with the clear air and starting to use it well over Boyd Hogan. Oh, I think we'll have a switch back as the 2 drifts up high. And that means Levine's got the inside now, but is he going to be shut in behind the 41?
Levine's going to try and get to the bottom side, and he's going to manage to do it. Oh, he's so loose now. He's going to try and save the car, and he's going to manage to do so. But this is going to allow Ryan Steele, the lap car, to go by. Lionel Kalisto looking for an opportunity to try and get by Johnny Nichols for that 3rd position now as well.
Nichols had no idea that he was coming. Just did, and he look at him chop down.
Oh, he fights it all the way through the corner.
Levine not going to be happy about that one. But that was a boon for Kalisto because he's easily disposed of Nichols now.
I'm sure Levine's tires are not very happy about that slide either.
Oh,
That's
and
true,
Boyd
too.
Hogan going for the lead on Christian Challoner. He's down to the low side. He's forced Christian Challoner off the groove up into the gray. Christian now trying to power it out of 3 and 4. He's got a decent run, but Boyd Hogan's got his nose in there for the bottom side.
Is Christian going to fight for this, or is he going to let him go? Remember, they do have to make it to the end. If it stays green without another pit stop, and he's going to hold on to it. Dawson, how tired are these, tires going to be by the time we get to the end? Is it worth holding back?
Oh, definitely, absolutely. I know our last run was 25 laps, and I didn't think I was driving them very hard. I was driving them a little bit harder, and I ended up falling like a rock, and that was only 25 laps. These guys have way more than that, so they need to make sure that those tires are okay.
But on the other hand, guys, they know that only the top 5 are the ones they have to deal with. Travis Warling is still 4 seconds back of 5th position. So if all 5 of these guys are going at the same pace, they're going to be dealing with just each other's tires for the end of the race, and that's a lot easier to manage than we know, than the rest of the field.
We did see what happened to Kalisto, though, when he was pushing hard, and even with many lap pressure tires, he was still losing time to Challoner by using them up. So I don't know. I feel like you still got to be thinking long term here. We're going to be close to 30 laps to go here soon. Right on board with Hogan, second place driver, giving chase. He's had his fair share of adventures back down through the field, coming back to the front. Suddenly, the 897 has got a shot at trying to fight for the victory, but here comes the number 2 behind them, Lionel Kalisto, only half a second back from our leader. Unfortunately for him, Levine has regrouped, and he is now back on pace.
Yeah, the only one to fall back really far is Johnny Nichols, who's lost pace a little bit off of this restart. Justin Levine, though, as you see, just in the back, looking the outside of Lionel Kalisto, maybe trying to set up something through 1 and 2 to get something going on the backstretch here.
To come through 1 and 2. They start to reel each other again in once again. Instead of spreading apart, the top 4 according together. Wow, Kalisto looking strong through this half of the track. 3 and 4 looking to really suit his car.
And nothing would make Christian Challoner more happy than seeing Boyd Hogan and Lionel Kalisto get into a side-by-side battle here and maybe get Justin Levine involved. I'm sure Christian's just hoping that Lionel Kalisto can get to the back of Boyd and give him a challenge.
Just something to keep in mind, Ryan Steele would be the guy who would get that lucky dog. You can see him, he's just behind this 4-car pack. He's going to be racing Trevor Clement, who is just a little bit farther back, but as of right now, we get a caution. Ryan Steele will be on the lead lap.
Yeah, with so few cars on that lead lap, I have to imagine a number of them would come in for tires, and that could make him competitive. We've seen Steele as well on the short run, how aggressive and confident he can be. So I think you're right. That is a driver that we need to keep an eye on as the 2 almost gets tipped around by Levine.
Very, very close between those two. Justin Levine thought he might be able to get a nose in on Lionel Kalisto if he came up the track at all. Lionel Kalisto, though, put a little bit more wheel in it and kept the car down on the line. But look at this. Justin Levine just able to hug that white and blue line, and he might have a run here coming off of 3 and 4. Oh, they almost make contact again, and looks like Justin Levine might have the overlap. We'll see whether Lionel Kalisto gets it to. We also have a battle for the lead going on. Boyd Hogan going to the bottom side.
Just barely got his nose in. Challoner saw it. He let him in, and now they're going to be battling side by side across the line. That time, Hogan leading the lap down into 1 and 2, side by side as well behind them between Kalisto and Levine. Now pulling in front, Hogan up to the top spot. Did the 2 just hit the wall?
He did, yes. Christian Challoner, though, is really looking at the back of Boyd Hogan, trying to get him uncomfortable here. Look at him wrestle with that car, trying to get it working. Boyd Hogan blocking that bottom side. Christian Challoner giving him a little bit of a nudge there.
No
all
more
over.
margins given between these drivers. We've seen so much tight racing here in these couple laps, Dawson.
Yeah, look at Chandler really back up that corner and get a decent run. But man, Hogan really showing pace right now. Does Hogan have enough pace? He's got 25 more laps these tires have to last. Can he keep it going and keep it in front of Chandler? We saw in the first long run we had, Hogan was able to outrun Chandler the entire run. Will he be able to do it here on the last one?
Levine also, he's catching up to them. If he could just hold pace, a little bit of a lift from the 37. Did he lose the car a little bit? That's going to give Levine a shot. He looks to the inside. Things suddenly going south for Christian Challenger after being so dominant all race long. And the 33 is in the wall ahead of them. He tries to stay out of it. They managed to get through, but that's going to give Levine second place.
I'm pretty sure that Christian Challenger is backing up to try and save more tires for the end of this run. If he can save enough tires, if he could just maintain about a half a second to a second gap to these guys, and then look at him back up 1 and 2. He's trying to use up less tires at this point in the race.
A little wobbly off at 2 there. Saw a tiny bit of wheel spin. So positions have completely switched around for the top 3 since a couple laps ago. Hogan leads. Levine second, Challenger now third. Callisto continues to drop off after that contact with the wall. I think he is limping. Less than 25 laps to go at this point. And these drivers up at the front are essentially all on their own. Riding on board with Christian now.
What do you think Christian is thinking now? Right here in this situation, you just got passed by 2 cars. You're sitting with about 20 to go. Is it to save? What are you doing?
I think Christian's thinking they're pushing too hard. If I can save, I'm going to be shooting by them when it comes down to 3 to go.
I was going to say, if I know Christian from my time working alongside him, I'd say he's thinking, I've got this right now. I've got this under control. There's no drama quite yet, even though he's fallen back to about 2 to 3 tenths behind Levine. He's not letting that grow. They're going to come up on more lap traffic. Schmeier in front of him, along with McGreevy.
And also, Christian's probably thinking, if these 2 start getting side by side, that's exactly what he's looking for. He wants them to use up their tires more. So as McGreevy goes high, Schmeier's also going to go high. And this is going to give Challenger an opportunity to exit the corner well, whereas Justin Levine had to stay on that bottom side.
It's amazing in all of this. We're close to 600 miles. We still have 29 drivers running out of our 35 starters. It's impressive. Keep an eye on this. But also don't forget, we have battles elsewhere happening, and quite a train is forming for 7th place.
Yeah, this is Samuel Harris being challenged by Josh Coley and Michael Jeans. Michael Jeans having fallen off a little bit since the beginning of this run, fell a couple of positions. But Samuel Harris looking very loose in that car, and Josh Coley trying to take advantage. But these guys are all bottled up here, and they have a ton of lap traffic in behind them. Look at this. Josh Coley to the bottom side, but can he hold on to it? His car gets very loose. That's going to hold up Michael Jeans. Michael Jeans makes contact. Oh, that's very tight up there for Liam Quinn in the 20th position. A lapped car as he goes by. So that separates Michael Jeans from Josh Coley and Sam Harris.
And poor Hutchison is just basically watching from behind both of them, thinking, I'm multiple laps down. I'm trying to get to the end here. Oh, there's the contact.
How many times today have we seen Hutchinson just find incidents that are no fault of his own?
I think we ran out of incident points for Levine. Levine is not showing.
That would be a real surprise for me. I haven't seen Justin Levine get into many incidents. I'll keep my eye.
Possibly, you can get an off track here. You can get an off track through the dog leg. I would be shocked if he would allowed himself to get 40 of those, but you can clip the grass through there.
I was wrong. I'm looking at his internet, and it is very low right now. So I think he's just got a bad connection.
Oh,
And after nearly 600 miles, it is going to be the internet that scuppers him.
that's a shame. You hate to see that.
Yeah, and it continues to go down, so he's probably going to end up disconnecting here. That's really unfortunate, but this has really opened up the door for Christian Challenger. Well, look at this. Look at this. It's Harris being challenged again. Oh, very close between the two of them. Looks like Cole's getting loose.
Can't quite pull it off. And also, I just got confirmation Justin Levine, his receive throughput fell to an unacceptable level. That is iRacing speak, for he had a disconnect.
Heartbreaking.
Back up at the front. 15 laps to go in a 600-mile race, and it's down to 2. Kalisto's nowhere to be seen. Look at that, just blankness around the cars as Christian Challenger is now pushing. He got awful close to the outside wall at a 2. He's trying something on Hogan, but can he do it? He's got to get the lead soon here.
Yeah, Christian did back it off for about 10 laps, but I don't know whether he has the tires yet. He might have to wait just a little bit longer. He is pushing now. You can tell based upon the behavior of the car. Look at this Boyd Hogan having to slow it down through the center of the corner, though. So if Boyd's tires are starting to go, it doesn't matter the state of Christian's. He's going to have an opportunity. He's going to look to the outside this time around. It's not necessarily the best place to make a pass, but we've seen it done before.
Big defensive move on the front stretch, too. Boyd saw it coming and covered him off quickly. Challenger, though, looking for the shot off the turn once again, making his car very wide. The 897 gonna make the 37 work hard for it. He sends it in deep, and that doesn't look like it's gonna work well at first. Maybe an over-under. Once again, not quite there.
Yeah, the 897 doing a great job for covering from that over-under, like you said, Joe, and I'm sure that's where Challenger was just about to go, but doing a great job to shut the door right before that tri-oval.
Boyd touched the apron. That opens up the door. The 37 has a wide open goal. He's got the speed down into turn 3. He's ahead. Once again, we see Hogan try to push him hard for it, tries to come back at it. He's got the overlap, but he's starting to lose touch. We're now down to 12 laps to go. He's holding on. He's not giving it up yet.
2 different driving styles, 2 different pit strategies, and here they come fighting. Oh no, Hogan gets loose. He almost hits the wall. Oh man, that was close. Christian Challenger now pulling away. Hogan's tires look like they've just gone off the cliff.
Ooh. He barely caught that thing. If he did touch the wall, it was the slightest of grazes. The 37 now has control of things with 11 to go. They are 4 seconds ahead of Lionel Kalisto. If Hogan tries to come back at it, they've got the space to duke it out. Down the back stretch, we ride on board with Hogan. Challenger started in 11th. Hogan started in 6th. Their race pace has been incomparable all race long here, Dawson.
Yeah, he's just driving it in deeper. You can just tell Hogan is coming into these corners deeper, but you can see right there, comes close. Now Challenger, he's just going to get on the gas just a little bit earlier and able to drive off better.
Well, we got Brian McGreevy to settle with. Brian usually goes to the outside through these corners. I think both of them are going to clear him before they get to the exit. That is not going to be the case. Actually, Hogan is going to... Oh, he just clears him, but he has to stay low. That's going to lose him momentum. And momentum and tire wear are the 2 things you need right now if you're chasing down Christian Challenger. That draft, though, in such hard effect for Boyd Hogan being trapped there behind Challenger. I just don't know how he gets by right now.
I think I can think of one thing. I don't know if he's that type of driver, though, and it's called the chrome horn. It's close to him, and we've seen him good on the brakes here into the corners. I keep wondering.
It's so hard to try and drive it in deep enough to be able to do that, because when you do that, the car likes to shoot up. So we'll see. Maybe he takes an opportunity at that. We got 8 to go here. We're winding this thing down.
Yeah, Christian, if you're waiting for Christian to make a mistake, they're few and far between with him. And so Boyd Hogan might have to get this done himself. Look at how late he drives it into 3 and 4, though, and he manages to carry speed through as well. He is looking fairly loose, but he just lets the car drive where it wants to go off the corner, comes off a little shallow, and manages to maintain that grab.
He doesn't need those tires after this. They've done their job. Oh, but he bobbles, and he's going to drift up a little bit high off of 2. That costs him quite a bit. Is this the death knell for his hopes? Challenger pulls away by about 2/10.
Gonna have to late apex 1 and 2 going forward. Otherwise, he's just too tight behind Challenger to try and make that work. He has a really good 3 and 4, but if he can late apex 1 and 2 and get a decent run down the backstretch, that's his only chance at trying to challenge Challenger.
Yeah, use that late apex and then that draft.
It's been
Look how much he's pushing up out of the line here.
Oh, yes, he is indeed. It's been 4 hours that these drivers have been racing at this point. How much do they even have left? Is the adrenaline going to be enough to carry them into some of these intense moves that they're going to need?
5 to go this time by. We're going to take a look at the battle between P12. That's for Brian Strodbeck and Rob Gall. Rob Gall right in behind Strodbeck. Strodbeck has been struggling all night on tires, and looks like Rob Gall has a decent opportunity to try and make the pass, but he's having similar problems that Boyd Hogan is up in the lead.
That's Rachel Hunt back there as well. She's worked her way up to 14th from dead last on the grid, and going to see the checkered flag if she can just hold out for these 5 more laps.
And to say she's had an eventful day would be an understatement.
Absolutely. She could get 2 more spots here at the end if she's sneaky, if she's got enough tire underneath her. I can report that Hogan's actually regained a little bit of that time. He's collected the car and has caught some of the ground. It's down to about a car length. Three to go.
Joe, Boyd is going to have to get a better run out of the corner than Christian Challenger. In order to do that, he's going to have to run a different line because he keeps getting into that dirty air and losing the front of the car like we saw there. He's going to have to do something drastically different than Christian to try and get this to work, and he's only got 3 laps to do it.
Dropped off a little bit on the backstretch this time. Popsicle sticks for these two as they come to the start-finish line. Challenger looking as strong as ever. This is a big gap that he's got now. In fact, this is the biggest since the restart, I think. As they come down into 1 and 2, has he been listening to your advice? More lap traffic, staying out of the way of our leaders. Nothing seems to be helping Hogan. Did Challenger save the best for last? Is he pushing now to keep himself clear of any sort of attack? White flag is getting ready to be waved for Christian Challenger. He's already set the record for most wins ever in the Major Series. He's going to extend that if he can just hold on for 1 more lap after 600 miles.
Yeah, it looks like Christian's just has the measure of Boyd right now. Boyd just unable to keep the car down on the line. He hits the wall on exit. That was his last shot. Christian Challenger looks like he's free to go.
He knew he had to throw everything at it, and he did, but it wasn't enough. Christian Challenger, though, out of turn 4. He's going to take the victory here in Charlotte. A win for Christian Challenger for the World 600. Hogan in second. Kalisto back in third, gets a podium. Worley manages a 4th, and how about Nichols with a top 5?
In P6 right now, Josh Coley and Michael Jeans. Josh Coley just gets a better exit off of 4 and beats Jeans to the line, so that's 6th and 7th right there.
Harris, the last one on the lead lap, in 8th position. And I think most of our battles have already settled out. It's time for a quick break here on the Global Sim Racing channel. We're going to come back with the unofficial results as well as driver interviews. I know it's been a long race, but stick around. There's going to be some fascinating takes happening from our drivers. We'll also have all the upcoming races here on your screen for GSRC. back to Charlotte Motor Speedway. The longest oval race of the season was won by Christian Challenger. The World 600 added to his tally of victories, and there are many at this point. I believe that makes number 18 for that number 37 car. Boyd Hogan followed him home. Boy, he tried his hardest, and he looked quick. He led much of the race, not enough of it though, and definitely not the last lap. Still, it was only half a second at the line after 600 miles. Lionel Callisto finished in third, coming from 22nd on the grid. Travis Warling with a nice fourth place for him to rack up some points. Johnny Nichols, I think, surprised many of us here in the booth to take a well-earned top 5, and Josh Cully finished in 6th position. Then it was Michael Jeans in P7 with Sam Harris in 8th spot. Ryan Steele came back first car lap down to at least get a 9th place, and Trevor Clement wrapped out the top 10.
Steve Driscoll had a very storied night tonight and comes home in 11th position, only dropping 6 positions from his starting spot, with Rob Gall following him both on the grid and in the finishing order in 12th. Then we have Rachel Hunt, who climbed from last on the grid up to 13th position, 1 lap down. Brian Strodbeck up to 14th from 31st on the grid. Nick Kuhn up 2 positions to 15th, with Bob Beltrami coming home in 16th, even after being involved in a caution, almost one of the causes of a caution. Brian Barnes in 17th, Jonathan Medeiros, Wayne Hutchison, and Eric Intilli round out your top 20.
Liam Quinn going to finish 21st. I'm sure he's looking forward to the Indy 500 for our next event. Then you have Matthew Thunhorst going to finish 3 laps down. Adam Hollick, Marcus Tracy, Jeff Schmeier in 25th, Eric Smith 26th. Justin Levine, a heartbreaking ending to his night. He gets the disconnect. He was right there with your top 3, and he had a chance to get a podium finish, but he's going to finish in 27th due to those issues. Then Wade Hayes, Brian McGreevy, and Eddie Hawks going to round out the top 30.
From there on down, sadly, it was all DNFs. Didn't see the checkered flag today, but the man who saw it first was Christian Challenger, adding to his impressive record-breaking tally of wins here in the majors. Christian, congratulations. That looked interesting at the end. You had some serious pressure going on.
Yeah, that was actually a lot more difficult than I was hoping. I was trying something a bit different with my car compared to what I would normally do, and yeah, it's gone in my recycle bin. I don't think that worked very well, but it definitely gave an interesting race. And I mean, I had no short run pace compared with Boyd and Justin there. It was really difficult trying to hang on with them. And honestly, if Justin hadn't got disconnected and Boyd hadn't made that mistake that let me get a big run on him, I don't think I was going to win on that short run. I was pretty displeased when that yellow came out.
Well, and that's what made us curious, because it seemed like you switched up strategies at the very end and pitted before them when you had pitted after them on all the previous stops. Was that because of the short and long run stuff going on?
That was really because I think when the last yellow before that came out, it was something like 155 laps or something like that, or maybe it's 150. I'm not entirely sure, but I know that I ran the first one 5 laps longer, so I think I pitted on 305. And I noticed that Boyd had pitted earlier than that, and I'd seen earlier in the race that kind of didn't really work out. So I was always trying to be the last person staying out there. But then when it came down to that 95 lap run to the end, there really wasn't any other choice other than to kind of pit pretty close to the middle of that run. Otherwise, there wasn't going to be any gain. I actually got really lucky that, but for whatever reason, I was scored as being ahead of the pace car, and I re-inherited the lead, so to speak.
That was definitely quite a bit of luck. Well, you're done with the 600, which is known as one of the more grueling ones here. Then we've got the Indy 500 next round. How do you feel about that one?
I had a lot of fun with that last year, actually. The Team Talent guys with Liam Quinn and all those guys over there, they helped me out a lot with the setup for that, and they helped the other Kinetic guys out as well. And I know that we all really appreciated that, and we had a lot of fun in the official Indy 500 too. So yeah, I kind of looking forward to that. It'll be interesting because it's really the first race all season where I haven't had to work on the car, so to speak. It's something I really don't know anything about when it comes to the IndyCar, so it should be fun. It was fun last year. I suspect it'll be the same again. Yeah, I picked up the win last year in Euro, and hopefully going to be able to do it again in the US.
Looking for another to that tally. That was Christian Challoner, victor here today in the World 600. Thanks, Christian. So up next, I believe Boyd Hogan joins us as Adam is talking to the second place finisher.
Yeah, Boyd, a strong challenge all day. Very different driving styles and pit strategies between you and Christian. Talk me through those final couple of laps where you're putting the challenge to Christian.
It was every kind of intense. Um, I don't know. I was trying everything I could to get him, but he's world class on here for a reason. He's best driver in the field, and we got beat.
Yeah, your pit strategy was usually pitting about 50 to 55 laps into a run, and that was a little bit earlier than we saw Christian and a couple of other guys take the pit stops, and that seemed to work out for you for the short runs, but a little bit tougher on the longer runs. What was were you trying to split the race evenly, or what was your thought process on?
No, not at all. So on the first stop, I mean, the plan all race was basically I felt like our car was pretty equal, and it was just gonna come down to whoever just closed out, the runs in the race the best overall. And so I wanted to be as equal to Christian as what we could be, because I mean, I think Levine and I were both on the same strategy, and I mean, we just wanted to be equal with him and see what we had. And so the first pit stop we had, I lost fuel pressure. Um, the first green flag stop, and it was just kind of we were behind the eight ball and didn't get an even run with him until a little while after that. And then this most recent one, when we got the speeding penalty, it was just I restarted somewhere back around 25th, 27th, or something like that in line, and by the time I got back to third, we'd lost so much ground, and we're losing a tenth to 2/10 a lap to where see if we could get them at least closer on a short pit. And no, it was never by design, and it worked out the way that you would kind of expect it to. I mean, really, the thing about these cars and the thing about the tire model is whoever pits the latest, if you're going to go a full run, is going to be the fastest car. And I mean, all we wanted was to be equal with them, and we finally got our shot right at the end.
Well, Boyd, all things considered, a fantastic finish for you. Is there anyone you want to thank tonight?
Yeah, I got to thank first and foremost Curtis Sawyer, Dustin Johnson for being on the box for me, Richard Reagan, John Platt, Justin Levine, Travis Manning, Michael Jeans. I mean, we all pitched in a good bit on working on this car, getting it ready to go, and we felt like we had something decent here. I got to thank everybody at Bobby Dale Earnhardt's Legacy Esports, Butt Kicker, GTR Simulators, Abruzzi, Gary Sexton for the paint. There's a lot of people who put a lot into this team and into myself, and I can't thank them enough. I just wish that we would have got one spot better, but I mean, Christian's one of the best on the sim, one of the best on the world, so he earned it. Um, Wish Levine could have been able to close it out second or third as well, but you know, it is what it is, I guess.
Well, Boyd, thanks for talking to us and fantastic race today. You really made it tough for Christian to win that one for sure. And we look forward to seeing you next round.
Thanks, man. I also want to shout out my roommate Steven. I know he was watching it all race, and it sounds like you guys did a hell of a job broadcasting it. So thanks to you guys as well. Mike Ouellette, everybody who puts on the series, it's a blast. And I mean, we had what 3, 4 yellows and 600 miles. That's unheard of in anything to do with this sim. So hell of a job by them.
All right, that was Boyd Hogan, our second place finisher tonight. And it looks like Dawson Brock is going to be talking to Lionel Callisto, who came home in third.
Yeah, the last of our podium drivers here, Lionel Callisto. Lionel, you started out the race kind of quiet. You seemed like you had good long run pace, and you kind of just slowly crept up. And then you had an awesome strategy right before the last, second to last run, got you into a great position to get a top three. How are you feeling?
Oh, it's been a while being in the podium, and I think it's been like 2 years
Oh,
in the majors. It was a great race. Great job with the teammates, Route 66 Racing with Matt and Trevor with the great setup they made. Uh, I mean, it's great long run. There's points where the car will get super tight out of the exit 2 or like turn 4, but like certain times during the run, like the car will feel great. Then it'll get tight. It'll feel great again. But I mean, awesome job with the team. Awesome job with the finish.
So, what were you thinking on that second to last one, the one that I was talking about? You stayed out really long and then you ended up going about like 28 seconds back and slowly working way up. Was the plan just waiting for a yellow flag there?
It was kind of like a last second thing. I was thinking about going pit in with the leaders, but then I decided to maybe just see what happens. It's a long race, so I decided to stay out and see what happens. I was honestly I wasn't expecting the yellow to come out. I guess it paid off in the end.
Yeah, definitely. It was a great finish for you. You did great here, and well, next event we get to go to Indy. How are you feeling about that?
Honestly, I'm not sure. I mean, it'll be fun. Looking forward to it. Uh, I haven't worked on anything on it, so yeah, we'll look forward to that race.
All right. Well, thanks for stopping by. I'll give you a second here. Thank everybody you need to thank, and
Oh man, thank you guys, GSRC, for the telecast. The teammates, Trevor, Matt, and the majors, Mike, organizing. It's a great job. Thank you guys.
awesome. Thanks for stopping in. That is Lionel Callisto, your P3 finisher today. And Joe, what a race it was today.
Oh, it was a stunner. We agreed, I think, behind the scenes that was pretty impressive for a 600-mile race. We didn't get bored up here at all during that. So we are going to thank some people before we go, since it is time to close out. A big thanks to the organizers of the majors as well. Don't forget about their charity that they are supporting this time around, Homes for Our Troops. Again, that is hfotusa.org if you want to help donate to that. Thanks to iRacing for putting us on IESN. Subscribe to the channel when you get an opportunity. Very simple to do so. Just scroll below and check out where it says subscribe. Thanks to the companies that provide the software and the hardware for our broadcast listed here on your screen. And additional thanks to June Lalonde, who provides our wonderful music. See the screen for how to get a hold of more of her great work. Thanks to the team today, Sean, Adam, Dawson, and Dougie. If you'd like to find out more about GSRC, including upcoming races, you can find it at globalsimracingchannel.com. Also check out our social media, where our Twitter is at GSR Channel, Facebook is Global Sim Racing Channel, and Instagram is at GSRC_Graham. Make sure and check out our merchandise store. We've got a link in the description below. It's gsrc.storeenvy.com. For the next race that we're covering, that'll be the Indy 500, Sunday, May 17th at 7:45 p.m. Eastern. That, honestly, I'm a bit partial, but that is my favorite to cover on this series. We have upcoming races for other series listed on the screen, so check those out and mark them down on your calendar. But until next time, race clean, race hard. See you on the track.